Hello, everyone. What a wonderful night, and welcome. Welcome to the Owlbear Inn. So, let's go ahead and get some advertisements out of the way. Advertisements, whatever they're called.
Announcements.
Announcements. Yeah, those.
Announcements.
So, yeah, the usual is we have playing with mutts tomorrow. We have Here Be Shenanigans. I don't know why I always say into shenanigans for some odd reason, but Here Be Shenanigans on Friday. We have Nightbane on Saturday, and we have Tales of Andrea on Sunday. So do come by for all of those as well. They're all absolutely fantastic. And we have our guest returning with us today, our glorious Michael Howarth. How are you today?
Oh, hello. I am very well, thank you.
Good. Yeah, that's about all I had for now. Anything we should add to this, Murray?
Yes, actually, a couple of delightful little biddies. Don't forget we have that wonderful goal of once we hit 175 in followers, we're going to do a giveaway stream and give you all some free shit. The fun little idea of what are we giving away? Hey, guess what? We have a merch store. So you can check out that wonderful Streamlabs link that was just posted, thank you, Lily, inside the chat. And check out our merch. Yeah, we're selling stuff. You want to wear the owlbear in on your face? You can now. You want to wear it on your chest? You can now. You want stickers of all the Sunday campaigns because we don't have art for the Tuesday and Saturday campaign just yet? You can now. If you want Lily Crunch as well, she's there too. Check it out. Click that link. Have some fun.
Ooh, that's loud.
How far are we away from follow count?
41. We are so
41.
Close. We're getting much
41
closer.
on follow count. How about I do something I used to do for my streams for you guys, and we do a follower drive where I do for new followers, subscriptions and otherwise, we get to spin like spice wheels and whatnot. Those, if anybody's on stream who's ever watched one of these for me, I have Reaper gumballs. I have what is it? It's called the little jelly beans, like it's like a jelly bean roulette thing. I forgot what they're called, but they're all different hot. I can't.
Bamboozle.
Bamboozled. Yeah, I have the spicy bamboozled. I have about 40 different hot sauces, ranging from about 1,000 Scoville, which is like a jalapeno, all the way up to into the 3 million Scoville range. And I've punished myself. Last time I did this, I punished myself for a cancer benefit, and we did a great job. We raised $1,000, but you know, even though this isn't, I don't think I can go 24-hour stream big for you guys to do something like 40 followers, but I think we could do a follower stream. Just hit it and just go until we hit the goal. Also, you know, you gotta watch me eat really hot shit while I'm playing video games and shit and hate life. I'm gonna hate life. I cry. I cry a lot when this happens.
He does. He really does.
I would totally join
It's
in
awful.
that. I want to get some of those hot stuff. Drink hot sauce directly from the bottle. I would do that.
I've done that.
Like it's a
let's set up to wrap this up. Let's set that up for maybe like next week.
Hey, there you go, everyone. That's going to be a thing. Anyway, back to you, Vaughn. That's going to happen.
Well, now that you are here to see that live, let's go ahead get started, shall we?
Go buy a sticker of my face.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard floods. But if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello, we're back. So, last week, the party got back, had enough time to have, a little bit of a dinner, get to know a little bit more of what's been going on in Barovia. And then, and then they had breakfast and pretty much immediately ended up getting attacked, which they dealt with pretty well. And, we left off with them seeing this new tiefling that seemed to assist them a little bit in combat, though he stayed at the edges. And Valisor was walking up to him. Thing to note, there's two of him.
Yes, but one of them is semi-transparent.
That would be true.
The Echo Knight is semi-transparent, so I'm going to go to the one that's not transparent. Punch him on the shoulder and say, thanks for the help. And then go start collecting the bodies.
Oh.
You're welcome. How hard did you punch him?
It would be hard, but, not threateningly or damaging.
Okay.
Like, my
That's an
equipment is
improvement.
put away.
I reload my revolvers. And that's all I'm doing.
Yeah, Lauren, actually, Alfonso, you'll see that there's an orc with this ragtag party who seems to have the shadows start coalescing around him briefly for a moment before he approaches as well and looks you up and down and says, "Welcome. This is Orkin. Feel free to come inside." And then nods and goes to assist Valisor with the bodies.
I bow to him and say, thank you very much.
I make a point to grab the armor from the beheaded
Armor.
werewolf.
From the rather destroyed body of the beheaded werewolf.
Yeah.
It takes some yanking, tearing, and cutting, but you do get it. Much cleaner than the last time.
I have questions for Lorne, but get around to everyone else before, because I have serious questions for Lorne.
As
Smasher.
As I go to rejoin the rest of the group, I'm going to look at Alfonso and say, "Thank you. Appreciate the help." You see me reholster my weapons and walk past you.
One moment, sir. First of all, you are very welcome. Second, what are those weapons? They seem very interesting.
They're guns.
Nods as if he knows exactly what that is.
Insight check.
Go for it.
Dude, am I proficient? I'm not. It's gonna be a hot 8.
Yeah, you're pretty sure he knows what a gun is.
Yeah.
I
Obviously, you've seen them many times before, even though I just asked the question.
I'm going to look at Alfonso. Is your double still there?
He is.
Okay, I'm going to point at it. I'm going to say, what do you call that?
Oh, that.
Freddy.
I kind of actually nod my head at it and do that, and it fades away That is my echo. He's. I say he. It is, of course, debatable whether that is appropriate. It is me, but if life had been different.
Huh. And then I'm going to turn and walk in the direction I was originally going.
Smasher, what are you doing in the process of them all moving?
So I had to leave obviously early, right, before the end of that last session. From my recollection, I had smashed in something's head, and then I think there was like one enemy left when I left, and I had just assumed everybody was going to dogpile it and absolutely turn it into mist. So yeah. I wasn't worried about it. So I would think that after that thing was destroyed, kind of calming down, what would Smasher be doing? Maybe taking a couple last pot shots at a couple of things near him, like a couple of the werewolves, just kind of like letting the rage wear down, and kind of, because I mean he was in a rage just smacking shit before, right, like directly before this, so like he's still kind of in that headspace, but I think he feels a little bit better, like just kind of like let out a lot of aggression. I think he feels a little bit better. He's kind of calming down and probably just kind of walks over to where everyone's at and just kind of waits to see what's next. That was an unexpected battle. So like kind of, I guess, waiting for orders. Just kind of walks up to the group and doesn't say anything, just kind of and then that's it.
After Mixie gets the armor off, she does start like doing like rites for all the dead.
That's what I'm doing as well, gathering them all up. More so in a kind of a line of a pile, and I'm trying to gather their clothes in a way to where if one of them gets lit on fire, the fire will spread through them all.
Lord assists you in this.
Once we have them lined up and we spark them, I don't have any spells to actually light fires, so.
I have holy fire stuff.
That's all radiant,
Holy
though.
fire stuffs.
I walk up to you.
Holy fire stuffs, Batman.
And I put a cigarette in my mouth and strike the match, light my cigarette, and drop it on the corpses.
Well, I think to be fitting as well, Word of Radiance is a burning radiant damage, so the final word in the rites just...
As the match lands and Mixinix finishes her rite, it ends with just utter flames just going up and spreading across all the bodies.
I'll speak a series of lines that sounds very rehearsed and known in a language none of you speak, but some of you would probably recognize. And then look at Lorne and say, "Who's your patron?"
Lauren smiles. You noticed.
I know it's all things that are corrupt and evil. It is only out of respect of your mother that I do not cut you down now.
You noticed, but you seem lacking in understanding.
Matriarch
patron is
from where I
known-
come from called me arrogant.
Lauren kind of nods knowingly. And he goes, the one who granted me power doesn't truly have a name. Only a reference. And we've grown to call him the Great Old One.
He is unknown to me.
Mixie,
I have no interest.
He's not unknown to you, Mixie Nix.
Yeah, Mixie kind of like, I wouldn't say pales, but there's like an obvious change. Like a drop of a poker face, but nothing actually changes. And then she picks back up like, nope, I don't know anything. Nope.
A brief, if anyone wants to roll an insight check to see if they notice this.
Freaking I would love to. I don't think I'm going to get anything, but, you know. It's
Oh,
going to
yeah,
be a
definitely.
5.
That'd be an 8.
Mine is going to be 30, 20.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Someone actually might
nice.
notice.
It looks like 2 people might notice. Yep, okay. Yeah, Mixie Nix. No one noticed except for Deshane, you notice, and Lauren did actually pick it up.
Hey, I'm just looking right at you, Mixie Nix.
Continue,
My
Dinosaur.
cigarette.
I have many questions. Firstly, I would like to understand why those gnolls were exploding into these eldritch horrors. Secondly, I would like to know why a civilization of orc from Eberron are in this place. And thirdly, I'd like to know why you all are in this place.
Alfonso raises a finger, like, and actually, I would like to clarify what place this is.
Make that
Lauren,
4 things.
Lauren chuckles. Looks at Mixie Nix, Smasher, and Deshane, and goes, I guess we should go look at a map then, huh? Come on. And yeah, heads back into the gates.
How tall are you, our new friend?
I am. I think I'm like 6'3".
You're like 2.5 of me. I kind of just walk up next to you. How long have you been here?
Well, it would depend on how you mean here, but
It's been
I
like,
believe-
what?
1
Sorry,
week
what?
since you looked
You-
at me.
It's been like, what, 2 days since you walked through the mist, or 1 day since you walked through the mist?
Pickety
Probably.
China, the Chinese chicken. Sorry.
oh no, wait. I entered Barovia like 3 years ago.
Oh yeah,
But
3 years. No, Barovia changed 3 years ago. Yeah, if
Okay.
you had entered 3 years ago, you would have been here when all of the change was happening, and probably a lot of other things.
Oh, okay. So I actually wrote that wrong because I thought I was. So, yes, I've been. Things seemed different 2 days ago.
Okay. Did you see anything weird when you walked through the mists?
He cocks his head, and you notice that there. Well, you may or may not notice. He like hesitates for a second, and is like, "Well, apart from an army of gnolls, wolves, and werewolves, no, that is the main thing I have seen."
Okay.
Why?
Oh.
What did?
I was just curious. I'm Mixie Nix, Dazzle Whizzle Shimmer Pop, the first of her name. Kind of an assassin now, I guess. For the priestess of Lyra.
She
To the
always
goddess
changed
Lyra.
that.
He gives a very flourishing bow and says, "Ah, your pleasure, milady. It has been a long time since I met someone with as long a name as yours. I am Alfonso Destricado, at your service."
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
And it only changes depending on how I feel I need to be presented to person.
Oh, very interesting. So, what would
You
How do you-
are a good person, so I don't have to feel like I need to threaten you with the fact that I'm an assassin. It's the only thing that makes me scary, okay?
Ah, very good. Well, I am honored that you think I am a good person. I would hesitate to say that myself. But anyway, it is a pleasure to meet you. Actually, what are all of your names? Since I am honored to have been part of battle with you, I hope we were able to protect the settlement.
Well, the tall one and middle one, but not the robot. But not the robot.
Oh,
Not the robot.
I'm the metal. I was always the metal one.
Valafor something the Undying?
I am Valasori Laud, the Undying of Hoar.
Well met, sir.
The robot is Smasher.
I'm Smasher. The Soldier 393.
And Grumpy Butt is Deshane.
He's not nearly as grumpy as he used to be.
Oh, indeed.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that one, Smasher.
By the way, quick question for Valasor. What language was that you spoke in? That you said we might recognize?
Oh, you wouldn't recognize it.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
Oh, it's totally Magus, yeah.
No.
Okay.
It's the same language
course
cows
it
would
is.
speak all the time.
Fucking nerd. Always plugging his
Nerd!
shit.
We love it. I assume while you guys were talking, you were following Lauren, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. Then at about this time, you'd be walking into a building that's connected to the throne room, for lack of a better way of
Before
putting
we
it.
get to that bit, the whole time that we're going, I'm just lifting and repairing pieces of my armor with mending. I look at Smasher and I go, "Do you need any repairing?"
I look down at I look down at the little shiny man next to me.
I am small at this point, so I am smaller than you now. Again.
And for the group, I don't know if we had talked about this last time. When we took our last level, in light of everything, Smasher took a level of Artificer. So now that I'm not raging, Smasher's going to go ahead and gesture to himself, cast Mending on a little bit part of his own armor. Which, by the way, I just want to ask, because I'm a construct, how are we going to handle that? The mending I've seen before is 2d6 over a minute, which doesn't make it like useful in battle, but it's a great over time heal. That's the mechanic I've seen before. How do you want to handle that?
I actually really like that.
Okay,
That mechanic.
2d6, but it takes a minute to do?
Mhm.
Perfect. Cool. So I'll go ahead and cantrip myself for mending, which seems like it's taking longer than anything you're doing to your armor. And I got
But
it.
it is actually healing him.
Thank you, though. And then I'll cast while I'm healing. I'll see some of his armor kind of messed up too, and I'll just kind of cast over on him as well, and kind of like hit a spot on his back that he can't see. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Does anybody
Thank
else
you.
actually need heals?
I
Well,
could use
we're
some,
walking?
actually. Child of Eberron. You seem to be handy with mechanical works.
I was helping a friend for a while.
If it is not of an imposing nature, I could use your assistance later on. There is some tampering with my armor that I would like to be able to fix, but I need more hands.
Well, I can't promise that I can fix anything, but extra hands I have. I'm used to
helping fix things. So, yeah, no. Let me know later.
Thank you.
Mixie watches this whole exchange wide-eyed.
Looks at you, Mixie. What?
Oh, nothing.
Your healing, though, I could use. I got a little cooked in my armor with those fireballs. There's some burning going on in places. The gunslinger also looks a little injured.
And I'm gonna
Fine.
cast a happy healing word at the 3rd level.
Ooh.
So let me. 4, 3, so 7, 2, 8, 9, and then 10, 11. 11 plus 5, 16.
16. Aw. Oh, that's delightful. Thank you. You're one hell of an assassin.
I was just thinking that. I feel like the priestess
I
suits
meant-
you better.
Meant mass healing word, sorry, so everybody gets that, but
Oh.
How much?
16?
Okay. So with that,
I
it would
will
take
be
me maybe at most
right
like another 2 or 3 minutes to regain full health.
House stuff.
Good luck. Those
And
are
God.
dangerous.
Yes, everyone. Just as a note, Deshane will have to pop out every now and then for a wee bit now, as he deals with some home ownership related materials.
Yeah, you wouldn't think a gunslinger would need a home, being such a edgelord and going from place to place like he does. But he's definitely trying to settle down. You know, maybe have some kids, start a little edgelord family.
Hey,
And he's getting his
inspire them.
headphones back on, so I'm going to stop talking now.
What?
Hold on. I'm gonna change what spell that was because I haven't looked at
I
the
can't
spell
hear
list.
you, Ethan. You're
I
muted.
think he said fuck you.
Prayer of healing is what I'm doing. And that's a
Okay.
D8. That's D8, hold on.
So it might be more.
Yeah, 5, 11. Nope, it's 16 plus 5, so 20.
So
Oh,
5
5
extra.
more.
Five more. Add 5 to your health
God, I
again.
love it. I'm only 5 down now. Thank you.
That was good.
That's for my own spell, too. Hashtag makes sense.
Meanwhile,
Not that we couldn't short rest or something, but still.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, yeah.
All I have to do to heal up is a short rest. I get fucking everything back.
I can't actually. I get a third of my things back with a short rest.
All right, so Lauren leads you guys into this little area, and you see it's been set up that the table itself is a map where it's been drawn on, and actually at the moment a goblin is currently drawing on the table, adding more to the map. You can see in the southern region of the table, there is a compass set next to the table to tell you which way is north-south. And in the southern region, there's this mountain range where it's been extravagantly drawn a little city with a little notation stating that this is Orkin. So basically, that you are here. And then the goblin at the moment is adding in what looks like known roads as Lauren brings you guys in. He stands at the southern end, looking at the goblin for a moment, and then looking down at the map. And if any of you speak Orcish, he says, "This looks good." The goblin looks up suddenly and goes, "What? Oh, hi! You need privacy?" Lauren kind of looks at the rest of you and goes, "Would you like some privacy?"
I'm leaning against the wall, away from everybody. I'm just like leaning in my head.
How high is the table?
It's probably up to like here on you.
Seeing that Mixie can't is struggling to see, I'm going to kind of get my arm around her and just kind of make eye contact, up,
Happy?
wait for her to have her hands in the right position on my arms to kind of go up, and we're gonna lift her kind of up on my arm to look at things. Have her sit on my shoulder or something.
Yeah, I'm a shoulder sitter.
Shoulder sitter. Yep, you got a really good view of the
think
map.
it's Kenpachi and his vice captain from Bleach. That was the image I had in my head.
Yep.
Doesn't she also have pink hair?
She does.
Yes, she does.
I walk.
Vaughn looks. Go ahead.
I just walk over to the table and began looking at the map.
Yeah, it's very foreign to you. This doesn't look anything like where you're from at all. Lauren looks at the goblin and goes, continue, we're not really talking about anything sensitive as far as I can tell. And so the goblin continues to draw as you guys talk. So where would you like me to begin, seeing as everyone else is a little preoccupied?
Do you have the
Mixie digs into her-
location of a Rakshasa?
Mixie's just getting a cup of coffee from her stash.
Perfect. Lauren looks at you, Valisar, and goes, the location of a Rakshasa?
Yes.
Do you have a name?
Rebecca.
The orc kind of looks at you for a moment, going, that's a weird name for a Rakshasa. And then thinks about it for a second and goes, I've only ever met one Rakshasa. And his name was definitely not Rebecca. However...
What's a Rakshasa?
It's like a cat with backwards hands that you cannot kill unless you are where they're from.
They're a kind of demon.
Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Oh.
The cat with the backward hands was important, but also didn't help as much as the demon part. No offense. No offense, but that was what I was asking, right?
Puts his hand up to accept Mixie's coffee, as a little table for her. So she's on my shoulder, so his hand just kind of goes up so that she can set her coffee down and look down at things. Kind of clam up for a second.
I think I would rather you just hold on to me, as she puts both hands on her cup and leans a little bit too far forward.
I sniff and turn and look at her. It's like, is that coffee?
Yee!
Ooh. Where did you? I look at Lauren. Is there coffee around?
There is, actually.
Got a cup?
Alas, I do not.
Hands you a bottle of coffee instead. Essentially what she did was poured out all the wine, cleaned the bottles out, and filled it all with coffee.
Very nice.
One vice for another.
This is perfect.
Thank you very
Everyone
much,
wants-
Lady Mixie.
Everyone wants caffeinated gnomes in their lives. Everyone.
What is this Rakshasa's name?
He was known as Kalrogach. Spelling is off. It's Kalrogharch. Now, if you'd like, I can get my sister, Muzz. I'm sure she's running about making sure everything's battened down for our defenses. She may have the ability to look in on Cal, but I don't know if he's anywhere near where we are now, which answers part of your question. Alfonso, was it?
Yes.
You are in a place called Barovia, which is locked in a, for lack of a better way of putting it, planar prison called Ravenloft.
Interesting.
And our interactions with the Rakshasa I know of, Valasor, was before being here. So I'm not sure we'd find him. But we can try.
If he was not here in this plane, then he is of no use to me.
Are you looking for a specific Rakshasa or?
Yes.
With the very odd name of Rebecca.
You were muted, Smasher. We did not hear a word you just said. No, okay.
Still has the question. Why were those gnolls exploding?
Now that is a very good question. We have some arcanely inclined out there researching that right now, but that does remind me of my powers. So I will be looking into that tonight.
Do you know of a pit fiend?
I know what a pit fiend is, but I've never interacted. Truthfully, the only demon I've interacted with is a Rakshasa.
So then you have no intel of any around here.
No. Though, if what my mother informed me is true, Mixinix, you wanted to go and speak with the werewolf, Vlad, to see if you can get him to calm down.
Eee!
He's been here longer than we have. If there are any demon interactions here in Barovia specifically, he would be the one to ask.
What direction is he in?
A werewolf,
north.
you say?
Yes. Very powerful. Very large, too. He's in the northeast.
There are werewolves here in this prison. Forgive me, I'm unaware of what has changed and not from my own world. I have noticed some slight differences.
Where are you from?
A country called Moldavia. And, I mean, unless any of you have heard of it, I would not be able to say where it is in relation to here.
Have I?
Have I?
Probably not, but you can roll me a history checks just to see.
Let's go! Hey, I'm proficient in that.
History.
At
I'm not,
20.
but I'm pretty smart.
Did Smasher actually roll that?
Oh my god.
Alright. Well, we'll see what Cephas knows then.
Got
23.
23, nice. 16?
Yeah.
For you,
And all my
continue.
planar travel.
Okay.
I will be right back to explain to the folks at home I'm trying to buy a house right now. So, be right back, guys.
Yeah, I'm curious to
We're
see if it
children, I'm not wrong.
Alright. Surprisingly, Cephas has actually had interactions with Moldavia before. However, he's only ever had interactions with, what was the name of the house? Let me look up the name of this house quickly so I actually get it right. Gotta go through my list of people I've talked to recently.
Would it be the Negrettis?
No, it would be the Lorenzos, actually. He had interactions with the Lorenzo house. So, Smasher, you know of a house known as the Lorenzo house from Moldavia. If I'm saying that word correctly, that is. But other than that specifically, you know nothing because Cephas didn't interact with them very often.
So in that case, for a second, on hearing that name, you're gonna see Smasher's eyes kind of flash over the circles flash over orange, and start loading for a second, and then flash back to blue.
Moldavia. The Lorenzo family? Lorenzo? Am I saying that right?
You are, yes. That is a family of the country where I am from.
There's a flash of...
Mixinix, even with that high roll, you still did not know anything of Moldavia. Go on, Smasher, sorry.
It was just a flash of... Not my memory. Someone else's? Some minor interactions between a house?
With who? Or you said the Lorenzos, who would be interacting with them?
I think it was my father.
Who is your... may I ask what your father's name is?
Smasher moves his arm up, turns to the right, showing the runic pattern.
My creator was Cephas.
Have I ever heard of a Cephas before?
Roll a history roll for me.
Yep, on it.
Come on, Nat 20, we know each other.
Oh, yeah, that would be crazy. But it is not a nat 20.
Oh, man. Would have been fun.
Not horrible. 12.
It would be a little far-fetched, though, because
yes.
of situations. But no, you've never actually heard of a Cephas before. This would be the first you've heard of him.
Interesting. But you are not from Moldavia. Are you from this Barovian plain, I believe you called it?
I've been told that I originally came from Eberron, though where I was originally built could be up for debate.
Interesting.
Unfortunately, I don't have much more information than that.
Oh, no.
I only reactivated...
How long ago? Maybe a couple, like a month or so?
A little over 2 months now.
A little over 2 months.
I've only reactivated over a little over 60 days from now. Ago.
Well, no need
Doesn't
to be
happen at
sorry,
all.
that is more information than I've had already. Even if it does not currently aid us, it is very interesting. What were we say? But werewolves. So there are werewolves here. There are werewolves back home. Who is this Vlad you have mentioned?
Lauren kind of looks down at the map and pointing over at the northeast section of the map where you see a lot of woods and just it's mostly just woods up in the northeast. He says, Vlad, from what we've learned and understood, Vlad came to Barovia about 3 years ago and campaigned through all of it, destroying and decimating everything he came across. Lots of bloodshed, lots of destruction. There was what we call a Dark Lord in control of Barovia before, though I am forgetting his name. I believe he was a vampire or something. Strahd, I think? I'm not sure. But from what we've learned, Vlad brought his packs all the way to Strahd's castle and just tore the whole building down around him and killed the man and took over as Dark Lord of Barovia. Since then, he has stayed in the wilds, and my mother would say neglected control. From my experience with wolves, I do not believe Vlad ever has been one to properly lead. I believe he's more of one that temporarily takes control until things have been managed and then leaves. So, if one could convince him, and he looks over at you, Mixinix, at this, if one could convince him to back off and let, say, someone else take control of Barovia, it might actually benefit everyone. It's pretty clear he's capable of taking control of the wild packs, though, because we have not run into any wild packs of werewolves in some time. And he looks at the armor that you had gathered, Mixinix, and he says, and that's the first time we've seen Vlad actually utilize that armor.
Are we sure they're Vlad's nose?
The gnolls, we're pretty sure are, but he thinks for a moment. No, we haven't seen anything else influencing them yet.
So, you say you have not encountered wild packs. Does that mean that there are still packs of werewolves under this Vlad's control?
Oh yes, quite a few now. What wild packs were around, because he had neglected control for some time, are now back to being under his control, and we think he might be moving to take us down, but we could be wrong. He could be moving against something else, like maybe the gnolls that have been attacking us are being controlled by something else. Now
Smasher
you have me
kinda
wondering, Mixie.
Smasher looks over at Mixie.
Mixie? Can't we just go ask?
Go ask.
Vlad?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have. I aim to have a nice, lovely chat with Vlad.
We should just do that. That seems like the most direct route.
Because I'm curious, he might not be raising an army against you guys per se, and might already be aware of the looming threat I warned your mother about.
Besides, if we go in to have a conversation with him and he is raising an army against you, we'll just kill him.
Lauren chuckles and goes, yes.
I do question how, if there is a creature of werewolf nature who is a Dark Lord, whether just speaking to him again would convince him to end things peacefully.
Oh, but they're friends.
Wait, what?
Lauren looks at Smasher for a moment and goes, who's friends?
Isn't Vlad the one in
No, that's
who is that one?
That's Dimitri, and he's in Orkin now.
Oh, okay, so
This
he's an
one I
Orkin
was
now.
trying to
So I
attack.
got names. I got a retcon. I got names. I got names mixed up on that one.
That makes sense.
There's nothing much that a fist can't help with convincing another to give you information or sway them otherwise.
Have you dealt much with people, Valisor?
with my fists. Yes. With my
Uh-huh.
words. No. I left that to my wife.
You may want to leave it to Mixinix if you travel with this party, then. Because I feel, specifically with understanding of my patron as well, that you may find waiting and listening to be more key to understanding than acting.
We will wait. We will listen. But if we must, we will fight.
Mixie casts message and points at Lorne. He does have a name.
Lauren can respond to message, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
He
in a
just has to
whisper.
point back at me.
You all see Lauren point at Mixinix, and Mixinix, you hear, he hasn't given me it yet.
No. He didn't give it to me either. I gave it to him.
At which Lauren goes, okay, Spill, I would like to know.
Was that out loud?
Yeah, that was out loud.
Entropy!
Entropy. That is a very
Really?
fitting name.
Apparently, I wasn't the first person to call him that.
Well, that's good to know. There you have it, Valasor. An answer to your question. The name of my patron is Entropy.
At this point, I turn and I walk back to the gunslinger. Kind of stand next to him, helmet pointed towards where he is. It's a pity he's not here right now. When he takes a drag, pop out this metal contraption from my armor, pull it up, kind of inserts evenly into the metal. You hear a and then a fat cloud come
He's
out.
not vaping. Shut up. He's not vaping. Shut up. Get out of here. Go home. You're done. You're done. We don't need that in here. He's not a Chad. I don't want to hear that. I'm gonna start calling Valasor Kyle.
All right, Kyle.
Kyle, Jesus
Anyway.
Christ. I've been lean over to Mixie on my shoulder.
You know, I'm really not excited about having another Deshane hanging around. One of him was hard to deal with. Speaking of which,
You just
shade
can you
comes
repeat?
to-
Hold on.
Huh?
We're gonna go back 4 seconds, and you need to repeat your turn, Murray.
Okay, what happened?
For just the last part.
Walked back to watched you smoke a little bit, pulled a contraption from my armor, and then went and released a big fat cloud.
He just walked up to you and started vaping right next to you.
There's no reaction. I am 1,000 miles away in my head.
Just staring at each other.
He's thinking about the home he wants to build one day.
All those
Once his
Edgelord children,
search is
man.
Little baby edgelords.
All those
Valasur,
little baby Edgelords. Oh God.
we're going ahead with the house. Woo!
Congratulations!
I am here
Ah!
the rest of the night.
Nice.
All right.
After Valasor does that, Lauren leans over the table again and he says, "Well, that attack slowed me down a little bit. I think I'm gonna have a day before I head out down the eastern road to find out where it leads. If you lot would like to join me or head out earlier, that's up to you. But I won't be leaving until later this evening."
I'm gonna look at Mixie next and just shrug my shoulders.
I wouldn't mind a little break. But
Smasher is shiny at this point.
There are some repairs that I would like to do before we head out.
Yeah. Then perfect. Lauren then leans over to you, Alfonso, and says, "But you need some information. Also, how did you find your way here?"
Here or into Barovia or to your city?
Well, truthfully, a little bit of both. But first, into Barovia.
I was journeying about my country, and then these strange mists arose. And when I finally found my way out of them, nothing looked familiar. And I noticed differences in aspects of the world, as it were. And then here, I was continuing to wander through the woods near here, and then I stumbled upon that army that was coming this way. And so I tailed them, and when I saw that they were attacking here, I decided to help intervene.
Well, thank you for that. You are more than welcome to stay in Orkin for as long as you would like. I have a team currently testing the mists around. If they find a means to traverse through, maybe even make it back to where you're from, we'll be sure to share it with you.
I would appreciate that, yes. I made small attempts within a day, but...
Real fast, Deshane, did you tell any of us about the little baby doll's head or whatever that's supposed to be a key through the mist?
I think you all do know about it, right?
Okay. Well, because that's supposed to, like, get us through the mist, right? That was what we had discerned about it?
Mm-hmm.
To a specific
somewhere.
place.
As far
To
as
a
you
very
know.
specific place.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as you
Well,
know.
we've been through the mist. Well, I guess past the mist. At least once now. And I think Deshane still has the doll head. Yes? Yes, Balasar?
You don't
Sir,
have to raise your hand.
You don't have to raise your hand. Yeah, he's right.
I've never been through any mists. What is this mist you are speaking of?
You came through a door with us. That's why you didn't come through a mess. You're trapped here for the time being. With the rest of us.
Trapped anywhere.
Okay, go. I'd like to see you try. It'll be fun. I'm just telling you what I know.
Where did Velisor come from?
You lot went through a door. Where did you go?
Where did we go? I can't remember where we went. What was the place called?
Palace's home
Daggerfim?
world.
It was Daggerfim, right?
Yeah.
We went to Daggerfin. That's where I believe Balasar came from. Though I'm not sure. Balasar, are you from Daggerfin?
No.
But that's where you were, right?
Yes.
I didn't. Yes, he came from Daggerfin. So
You were.
he came through a door using this key.
And I hold up our kind of master key.
Can I do an Arcana check on that?
Yeah, go for it.
May I also?
Absolutely.
17.
19.
Nice. Nice. Now, both of you, you're not exactly sure what it is, but something about that key is very different from other keys. It's highly magical, and it reeks to you guys both of teleportation magic.
First.
It's how we get kind of from place to place.
Now, I have a question. Before Callus, like, we know we had Callus do the port home. Did we get any more information from Callus on, because the
He
idea
ripped out
was
a
is
piece
we
of
were
paper
able
and
to,
gave it to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
We
we
have many
have
addresses.
the addresses for the other places that we've been.
You have one
Uh,
for
so-
one
Mhm.
for Moo, one for Cephas's lab where you got the key, and then one for directly into Orkin.
Yep.
What about the tower?
Oh yeah, and one for the tower. I forgot you did
One
get
for
one
the
for the tower.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Because
okay.
you guys
cool.
walked
Right.
back to the tower.
Right. Okay, cool. So we do have the tower. All right. So I would then go and then kind of explain, just like we got this key from my father, and that it allows us to kind of go to places we've been to before. Just kind of
Oh, what's the
explain it in
key?
front of these guys.
Does it only allow you to transport to where you have been, or does it change depending on the person who uses it? Like, if I used that, could I transport to somewhere I have been?
It has to do.
It has to do with combinations. Callus showed me how to use it a little bit before. Callus showed me how to use it a little bit, and so for example,
I'm gonna kind of pull out that little piecer and like flip through it a few times and like mess it up, and then like, oh nope, this goes, and fuss with it a little bit until I get like a tower door. And then, are there any locked doors around?
Oh yeah, the door you came through.
So I'm gonna go ahead, turn around, shut that door, put the key in, set to the tower, unlock it, and open it.
You see an area that's kind of clear of trees. It's very snowy. There's about 2 feet of snow currently on the ground. The door that Smasher has opened does open outward, but you're not exactly sure where it's opening outward from, Alfonso, because you just see some trees and some a little clearing full of snow.
But it's different than what was outside that door that we came in.
Yeah, absolutely. Very different. There's no Orkin in sight, in fact. The door leads to somewhere where there's no buildings.
Fascinating. May I walk through this for a moment?
I won't close the.
I won't close the door on you.
That is
I think that would be
appreciated.
funny.
What Balasor say? I missed that.
That would be funny.
Totally under his breath.
Oh, okay. Fine, fuck it, insight. Or what is
Perception?
Perception, right?
I'm
so fucking bad at this.
Do a stealth.
I'm so bad at this. 14.
Ooh, 19.
16.
Wow.
Alfonso,
Well,
I
he
Alfonso
heard
heard it.
He heard it, I didn't.
You see Alfonso kind of pause for a split second as he walks toward the door, and kind of his head turns towards Valasor. And he just keeps walking. He steps out, and like I poke my head around, looking both ways.
There's an odd obsidian-colored wall that the door is poking out of.
Okay.
And it's kind of ovular.
Ovular. Oval shaped.
Ovular.
I knew you meant.
Yeah, oval shaped. Yeah, ovular. So that it turns and goes out of sight.
It was ovulating. It ovulates.
He likes dances.
Vaughn, does a certain aspect that's changed since I came here? What is that doing currently?
You don't feel compelled towards anything.
Okay.
You feel more in control for another. You also kind of you can kind of see and smell a little bit better than you used to.
Oh, even more than in Barovia?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's kind of like the area around this door is currently vibrating.
I come back in. Very interesting. What is this place that you just opened the door to?
This is a tower that we visited once.
And where is this? And where is that tower?
If I'm correct, from not to meta too much, I'm pretty sure it is. Well, and we should know this. It is just east of Kresik, at the lake, right?
Yep.
So it's in Barovia. It's in Greater Barovia, but it's not. So it's still
not in
Barovia.
the mountain range. Yeah, it's not in the mountains, but it is in Barovia.
X amount of miles east of the town of Kresik, there's a lake with, if we step through.
I'll go real fast, step through, and kind of turn back to the tower and kind of look around because the tower sits out on a jetty.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as you walk,
Smasher, the moment you step through the door, you feel like you're walking kind of into thicker air.
Okay.
It's kind of weird. There's just a little bit of resistance to the air as you're walking.
I'm sorry, I'm being meowed at.
It's adorable.
Jesus Christ, this thing, the cat won't stop yelling at me.
Ours was doing that when we started.
So I'll pause. Smasher pauses for a second, feeling the kind of air being weird, but having passed through a few different weird thresholds, going to Daggerfim and whatnot, like everything's been like, it could be a lot of things at this point, so I'm just gonna note it and move on. But once I step out,
If you look around, there's water to the left and the right, but we're not horribly far from where we're at right now. Well, I guess you're at right now. I'm not too far from you, even though obviously I'm not too far from you because I'm right here.
I walked through the door
actually.
Alright, both of you make Arcana checks and perception rolls.
Oh, and perception.
perception.
Would the perception be enhanced by anything, or is this a straight eyesight perception?
Just straight eyesight perception.
Arcana is 4, but perception's a dirty 20, and I'm gonna put my cat out in the snow now. Give me a second.
Yeah. Arcana is 22.
Out in the snow you want. Out in the snow you go.
Arcana is 22, and perception is 18.
Nice. When Smasher sits down. Alright,
That's what he wanted, that's what he gets.
So, Smasher, you don't notice anything magical related. However, you do notice, because you've been here before, that the tower is significantly bigger than it was last time you saw it.
Mixie?
Yeah?
Wasn't the wizard growing the tower himself?
Yeah?
Well, it's bigger.
The wizard was growing himself.
Will you look up and see if the mist has gone higher?
Has the mist gone higher?
Alright, before I answer that, Arcana-wise, and for your perception, Alfonso, when you step through the door, you feel like you are wading into an endless supply of not being used magical arcane energy. Almost like the tower is just seeping with it. And you are currently wading through the pool that is slowly growing around it.
Well, this is interesting. I quickly summon an echo.
It is much more there than you remember it before. Like, almost like you could reach out and touch your own echoed self.
Reach out and touch self. Do I see all this going on?
I regularly do.
You do.
Okay. Seeing the echo not being as transparent as it was and being very, very curious, I'm going to walk out too and take a look
Make
at
an
this
Arcana
tower.
and perception roll for me. Perception-wise, other than the feeling that you're getting, Alfonso, the tower is massive. It goes way up there. And for looking up, Smasher, you see this as well. From what you remember, Smasher, the mist is much higher than it was. Also looks weaker. Much weaker.
It's a lot higher, Mixie, but it seems strange. I'm gonna walk.
I'm gonna walk back up to the door and pull the key out what the door opens so that I can take it with me to the other side. And Mixie, are you still on my? Are you hopped off my shoulder to do this? I'm assuming. I wasn't taking you out with me originally.
Mm-hmm.
Mixie, I think you should go see for yourself. I'll be with you with the key. I'll just be right next to you, so we don't get cut off.
So I shut down that echo. I pull up another one. This one looks like very ragged, like just tattered clothes. Just missed that one. Summon another one. For a split second, you catch a brief glimpse of like this hulking, hairy shape. It disappears instantly. Another one, and it's the white armor guy you saw before. And then I actually try to speak to it. Hello, can you hear me?
Like before, the echo doesn't seem, other than taking your mental commands and doing what you commanded during a battle, it doesn't seem to have much more substance than being stronger.
Okay, so it's more. It's a stronger echo, but still nothing there.
But an echo.
Okay.
Valisor, what was your Arcana? And
18 Arcana and 8 Perception with advantage too. So that was dog shit.
You don't notice anything new, but your Arcana check does likewise. You feel like you are wading through a pool of unused arcane energy. The one thing you do note for actually anyone who has arcane capabilities really is this doesn't seem safe.
Oh, it's not safe?
No. I mean, it's not dangerous to be in, like, literally there right now, but arcane energy specifically left to pool like this after a while will cause problems.
Shane, you're a tower expert guy. Do you know what's going on?
I have no idea. And I'm gonna look. You now see that I have moved from the side of the room to like the table with the map, and I'm just like looking down at the map.
So you haven't even come outside yet?
No.
The orcs would tell me of a time when Corsinia was plagued by devices like this. They were removed and destroyed, though. They meant no good. Though it was a powerful being that created those.
I wouldn't say this guy's powerful.
Then it is not the same.
We smacked the living shit out of him.
Did he have a mark on his face? One in a language you could not understand? Then no.
No, but it was hard to look at his face. It wasn't good to look at.
Mixie thinks he's ugly.
It's not a thinks. I know.
Then count
Well,
yourself
admittedly,
blessed.
as a metal thing, I don't know that I have a concept of beauty like you do, so.
The one I know
Deshane-
is terrible. Almost
Deshane,
destroyed
while-
my homeworld.
While you're looking down at the map, the goblin is currently finishing up the last touches of the road that they've been drawing. And they cap up their inkwell, their paintbrush and everything, stand and look around at the table and go, yeah, this looks really, really good. And then without even thinking, just jumps off the table and starts walking out the front door, which is currently open to a completely different place.
We should all go
grab him.
inside and reconvene. Oh,
I grabbed him.
don't bring it.
That's not home. You gotta stay in the room for right now.
Feel free to make yourself at home.
He goes back into the room and just sits down in the corner and goes, oh, that was close. That was close. Oh, I need to pay more attention.
He has no idea. We will have literally left him to the wolves at that point. Quite literally left him to the wolves.
What a
Not
laugh.
have.
If he would have just wandered out without us noticing and just wandered out and we just would have walked back in and closed the door, like
Not a good
1,000% we would have.
What?
1,000%.
Perception?
Yeah.
Perception.
Perception again? Hold on. It's dummy thick. Too bad I rolled a 3. 10?
10. You're not 100% sure, but you kind of feel like you can see a line leading from Orkin towards the northeast. It's very faint, and when you look closer and you kind of just rub the table, there doesn't seem to be anything there, but it's there.
Kind of glints every once in a while.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm going to stand up from the table, say a curse in Celestial, and then walk to the door, and I'm going to say...
I
out of the
understood it!
doorway,
I didn't.
That's
it
one of my
was
languages.
the equivalent of shit. And then I walk to the door, and I say to everybody, it doesn't matter. We have to keep moving.
I'm worried about our mimic friends, though.
Mimic friends? And why do you
It
have to
wouldn't
say
hurt.
moving?
It wouldn't hurt to
doesn't
stop
matter.
and look. It wouldn't stop to look and get supplies. We can always be right back.
Where did you lead me?
Whoever you're talking to didn't lead you anywhere. Ka did. As it
Maybe
will for
that
the
is
rest
who
of
I was
us.
talking to.
You shouldn't pray to it.
I
And
don't
then I'm going
pray
to turn away
anyone.
from the door. Just completely ignoring anything else you say. And I'm going to wait for everybody else to come in.
We're gonna
He
have a
seems
battle of
pretty
the Edge Lords.
edgy.
I didn't even.
He seems pretty edgy.
You get the most pointed look from Mixie.
What?
Ballasaur?
Yes.
By any chance, is my body shiny enough for you to see yourself in?
I walk over, go to the breastplate, take a real quick look. Is it shiny enough for me to see myself in?
For some reason it is shiny, but you can't see yourself in it.
No.
It's almost like you can't quite look in it either.
Oh, that's right, because my armor. Yeah.
I'll shift my left arm around, close it, and then the shield just pops out on both sides, and then I show it towards you, and you see that it is very shiny and pristine. I'm like, but this is...
I just wanted to make sure you could see yourself. That's all.
And then I'm gonna turn and walk away.
I don't understand.
It's the pot calling the kettle black, okay?
Why would a pot call a kettle black?
Alfonso, this whole ordeal is just happening in front of you while you're standing out there in front of the tower.
And if a pot could talk, why are we letting it?
Why are we letting? I kind of look back and forth, and stick my head in the door. It's like, Deshane, why do you say we have to leave?
I'm saying we have to leave. You can do whatever you want to do.
Smasher,
Besides, you have your own things to figure out.
this is the problem. It gets stuck.
I'm gonna take a look at his shield and pull out my super multi-tool and tinker with it a little bit, see if I can't get it unstuck.
Roll a. You actually have Tinker's tools. Yeah, go for it. Roll a Tinker's tools roll for me. Proficiency plus dexterity.
That should be 2 and so 5. Okay. 23.
Nice.
It's not
18.
armor.
Rolled an 18. I paid attention. I spent a lot of time with my little buddy, and I paid the fuck attention.
Yeah, you did.
I think it would be safe to say you can tell this is not armor. This is a full-on mechanical arm.
Mechanical arm, mechanical
Yep.
arm.
That's actually a part of him. But at the same time, that actually fits perfectly with you yourself, Smasher, because you yourself are mechanical. So the moment you realize that, it's like, and he helps you fix that little issue you've got with your shield there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, see, at some point, there's a little rod in there that got just bent a little bit. So, just straighten it out, and now you're not catching anymore. That should be fine for a while.
See, I just needed 2 hands. Thank you.
Well, my little buddy always talked about the right tool for the job. So.
I know that trait. Apologies, gunslinger.
Are we stopping to make sure and get supplies real quick, or?
I'm gonna look at Volasaur and say, huh? To his sorry to me, and then I'm gonna look at Nixie Nix and say, yeah, we should.
You do notice when looking at the map, let me just switch you guys over to that portion of the map, because that is...
Switch over to the map.
You can see, and I can actually reveal this whole thing now.
Oh.
Oh, I can't. Riverdale.
Eat that cat. Eat that cat.
No.
Yeet.
Do we have a map layout? Oh, we do have a map layout. I was wondering about that. I hadn't seen that. I couldn't remember if we had a 6-man map layout. This looks awesome.
We had it last week. You know.
I wasn't paying attention. I was fighting and angry.
This is true. That's the tower you guys have been lingering around with this door. Yep. And you can see that the goblin has drawn in what looks like rough roading that leads from the tower heading east, that goes over close to another big lake that he's drawn on this map. The road, after a while, he hasn't finished the far eastern port, the northeastern parts where they know Vlad to be, so that's not on this map. But you can see that the road gets you closer to that portion, leading from the tower.
Is that the line that he saw? Was it leading from the tower that way? Is that
It was leading. It was actually leading from Orkin that way, but it was leading that way.
Got you.
And Orkin's down here?
Yes.
Somewhere? Okay, cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Down Perez area.
Well, that should save us some time.
Yes, it should.
Should
Happy
save us at least
accidents.
a day, yeah.
Yeah. It would actually save you, technically, all told, it would probably save you about 4 days.
Nice.
Because going from Orkin is the longer angle. Going from the tower would be a shorter distance.
We should have let that.
The only way useful I'll ever be, accidentally.
Should have let that
Accidentally
goblin
useful.
walk out over there. That way he could accidentally be part of our group when we have to go back to that area.
Yes, let's bring a
We
pet.
should have. No, too late. He's gone. Mixie ruined it. Look at that cat, folks.
Cannon fodder.
It's a living person you're talking about, guys.
Yeah, so?
They're a sentient being.
I mean,
They just drew a
point?
map.
it's fine. Yeah, we could use a
Yeah,
cartographer.
we need a cartographer.
That's right. I got you, Ethan. We need a cartographer. It's fine.
I have been drawing a map the entire time.
But
Okay, fine. We need a cartographer's assistant. Stop trying to talk us out of a goblin. What's wrong with you? We finally have the goblin hater out of the group.
No, it's fine actually. We don't need a pet. We already have one. It's a tiefling.
Oh,
If it comes
You
with
say that
us,
out loud.
No.
Totally not his motif. That would be funny though. For a second, Balasor gets meta and is just very, very Murray for a second, and I think that would jar the rest of the party so hard.
Whereas everyone's like, "What the?
What the fuck was that? Are you okay? Are you okay, Balasor?"
Suffice to say, Lauren is still standing in the room watching you all interact with this, understanding and whatnot. He's been quiet this whole time, but Alfonso, are you going to come back in?
Yes.
Or going to stay? Okay, perfect.
Well, wait. Did they come back in or no?
I think so.
Are we? Okay.
Currently in. It's not like you have to use this door to
Yeah.
go to the tower. You can still go right to the tower. It's just you can go to the tower.
Yeah, I never went out.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So yeah, I go back in.
So if everybody comes back in, I'll go ahead and shut the door, and then reopen it, brushing some of the snow out of the way that fell through the door, and just kind of look at the goblin in the corner.
The goblin immediately jumps up and goes, "Okay then, thanks guys," and marches out the door.
Don't slip on the ice.
Thanks. He doesn't
No.
slip on the ice.
If the dice hit the floor, that's a failed dexterity save.
No,
Instantly.
I immediately rerolled. I don't count dice that fall on ground.
Oh no, I was just saying specifically the DM failed his dexterity check. There's no way this goblin actually made his dexterity check.
Now the goblins are pretty dexterous on their feet. He won't slip on ice.
Oh man.
Good job, little goblin.
Yeah, that's my little guy. Still had to roll though. Yeah.
So I am curious.
You're muted, Velasor.
I noticed that you all said the tower was different and there was different magic. Is that like magic was very intense there? Is that normal at this tower you go to?
That's the difference. There's been magic. The magic's just.
Is it good or
I
bad?
believe we are going to investigate to find out exactly what the cause and general relevance of the issue at hand.
Excellent.
At this point, you guys see a female orc, Muzz Firefist. Alfonso, for you, she's got red hair that's been braided at this point, and as she walks in, she kind of just bumps Deshane on the shoulder, nods to Mixie Nix, bumps Smasher on the shoulder, then gives Valasor a look. So you're the new guy, huh?
Shing.
Nice shield. Did I walk into something? Lauren kind of looks at her and goes, "A little bit, but
Not really.
they're sort of figuring out what they're doing at this point. I need to go speak with Mother. I will be back later. If you guys are going to end up going to the tower, I'm not going to join you for that, which is totally fine. I'm still going down the East Road. I'm specifically investigating the East Road. But do stay safe. Having you lot around in Barovia does actually boost people's spirits." And then he leaves. And Muzz kind of just looks at you all.
Wait, you left without a hug. I haven't actually got to hug you yet.
Muzz kind of chuckles and goes, "Lauren's not really one for hugging."
Well, I told him his god's name. I at least deserve a hug for that.
But if you cornered him, you could force a hug on him. Even most people who are not ones for hugs usually hug back if forced.
Admittedly, I have to admit that I have to side with Balasor on this. We've always talked about Callus, how consent is important, so.
I wasn't going to force the hug, but I didn't even get a chance to ask for one.
Consent is important.
Yes, Balasor, consent's very important.
Why you don't go around punching people in the face without consent?
Well, admittedly, Mixie, there's so much wrong with that that's not even funny, but.
No. It's completely funny considering I now punch people.
That's true. I don't think I've ever asked consent before I deleted being off the face of the planet. So
Okay.
there
Don't
are
go around-
there are ways, but there are absolute there are levels, Balasor. There are levels.
Being an asshole is complete consent to getting punched in the face, though.
I feel like that's debatable, but yes.
Well, I feel like it defines and depends on how you define asshole. For
I
example,
mean, we're not talking about an actual orifice on a mammal. In this case.
In this case, I consider the gunslinger a bit of an asshole. He tried to shoot me when you first met me.
And I consider you a bit of an asshole for hitting Nixie. See, we can all throw that around. That
Is this
being said, we're
conversation
here now.
important?
No,
I was asking
it's
myself
not.
the same question.
I don't think it is. We have things to do.
Deshane? I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Lighten up.
And then I
Okay,
turn
there's-
back
I'm-
over to
there's a
Balasor and start talking, completely ignoring Deshane at this point. I turn right back to Balasor and start talking.
There's just a slow tilt of his head, like on a swivel, directly at Smasher.
I'm fucking done with this fucking edgelord bullshit from both of you, by the way.
Never seen a child of Eberron with as much of an emotional range as you.
I got an upgrade recently.
Yes.
So are you all friends? Or
Hi, I'm new.
oh, well, that explains it. But wait,
Nixie and I are friends.
this I can see.
I like to think me and Deshane are friends too, but I'll leave that to him.
As you look over at me, my eyes haven't moved from the side of Smasher's head as I'm just standing there, like completely stock still.
What, Deshane? What, are you gonna shoot me? Like you're gonna shoot me, Deshane? What? Say it! Say it! Are you gonna hit me, Deshane? What?
If you want to be
There's
hit,
like-
I'll hit you.
There's the edge of my like face, the edge of my mouth, like it like smirks up, and then I turn like a goddamn robot. I just turn and I leave the room, and I just like walk out of the room.
Jesus, that guy sometimes. Anyway, Balasor.
Who's Jesus? What's
I heard
Jesus?
he's a god in a place called Midgar.
It's an expression that comes from. where does
As
that
I have my
expression come from?
hand on the door, I say, "Midworld. My world is Midworld. Jesus comes from Keystone Earth." And then I open up the door and I shut it behind me.
That's it. I have not been to that.
Muzz leans
planet.
over to you, Alfonso, and says, "They're a weird lot, from what I've been able to tell so far."
He's super
I lean back.
edgy.
And I lean back over and, stage whisper so it's very obvious. Yes, I have noticed. Very strange. But it does seem that they're doing something. Were you going to go talk to Vlad? Deal with the tower? I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I'll tag along. Although Vlad, I have some experience with werewolves, so...
Well, we're gonna
Actually,
go.
on that note, Muzz kind of interjects and goes, "If you are going to the tower, maybe the wizard that you guys talked to that one time you were there when you were there last, maybe he has some information as to where you're from and how to get you back, Alfonso."
Oh.
If he's willing to help, like I said, he's an asshole.
By the way, my name's Muzz Firefist.
No, not you. The wizard.
She then looks at the lot of you and says, "Well, since you can use that interesting key that I guess Callus left for you guys, that's perfect. Since you can use that, I'm going to let you guys do what you need to do. You don't need any guidance around the city at all, so you're welcome here at any point in time. Alfonso, welcome to Orkin. If you need anything, just look for literally anyone, actually. You can just literally ask anyone. We'll help you around."
Who's
I'm
in
sure we'll come and go, but we'll let you know when we leave.
Perfect.
Do we
Until next time.
need to
She
be
turns around and
introduced to anyone first before they help us? Or
She already left.
I assume you are, well,
You know,
She's the
Balthazar,
daughter of the
it would really,
matron.
she is, yes, but who's anyone?
Balthazar, it would be helpful to people walking out of the room if you spoke up when you are talking to them. They might pay attention to you a little bit better.
It's
And I
a
just kind of
little-
turn and stare at Valis.
It's difficult to
I-
speak up. I'm missing a lung.
Well, maybe we can work on your amplification. I don't know how much of you is metal, but, you know, we can work on some stuff. Now, I believe we just need to grab everyone and get over to the tower. I don't think there's anything we need from here, right, Nixie?
No.
You want to go grab Deshane then? I would rather not.
I think he might shoot us if we tried.
That's why. I was acting tough, but I thought he actually might shoot me there for a second when he smiled, and admittedly, you know,
Little scary.
yeah, it was a little scary.
Maybe a little
I've never talked back to Deshane before, Nixie. I like that.
I wish this was wine. And I walk out the door.
All right.
Deshane! Deshane! Deshane!
I'm just like down the hall a ways, sitting with my hat off, like my legs are crossed, and my hat is on like the toe of one of like my cross leg boot, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like the one that's crossed. It's on the toe. And I'm smoking a cigarette.
I didn't realize how much Callus kept him in line.
Kept us both in line. I'm just looking at you as I smoke this.
Yeah, we need to go to the tower real quick. Did you want to come along for that, or how do you want to do this?
Aren't we heading off from there?
Yes?
So then we're not coming back.
Do we need anything from here? Do you need anything from here? I might get more coffee.
And we should say our goodbyes.
While this is going on, I want to, it's just the three of us in the room. I want to lean over to Valisor and...
Valisor, what's that metal cigarette like Deshane has that you've been using?
It's canon now.
It is canon now, unfortunately, and I never came up with a name for it.
Unfortunately.
It's another form of acquiring the same feel as what he was doing with his tobacco product, but made for someone of my kind who is missing certain organic features.
Do you think that would work on me then?
It's possible. I hadn't thought of that. It was given to me by the one who saved my life. Here, maybe you can try.
I pick it up and I,
Now let go, and breathe out. Just covers my face. Goes around.
Valisor, it doesn't smell like how someone who has organic lungs would have done something like that to you.
Mm.
It actually doesn't smell like anything at all. It just seems like he pulled in a bunch of it and then let it out, like kind of like a rinsing device would do.
How do you feel?
Do I feel any different?
No change.
Okay. As I kind of like let everything else out, and the room is completely smoked out now. Completely. I mean, I've completely smoked this little room out.
I think I feel better.
Good. Whenever I do this, it's just a small slit that opens up in the helmet. Enough to
Like Bender.
insert. Kind of like Bender, yeah. And then the helmet shuts immediately again.
Bender
release
bending
him.
Rodriguez.
So while they're going off and talking about what to do, we're sitting here just passing the vape. I don't know if the other homeboy wants to go ahead and pass vape with us, but I wanted Smasher to go through his teenage vaping arc.
It's called an atomizer. It atomizes the oils within for absorption between mechanical and organic matter.
When it starts getting super smoky, I flick my finger at the door and it just flies open. And then I go and just stand and staring at the map.
You get a nice, good, long look at this map.
We should really go.
The main part that is most unfinished is they've just written in woods for now, but it's pretty much the eastern side of the map. But the north and south, specifically mid and western sides, have been completely detailed.
Which direction did the army come from earlier?
They came from the northeast, actually, heading southwest. So they came from the northeast.
Okay. So I turn to these two guys and kind of just stare at them for a second.
Buffoons.
Yeah. I'm like, huh. And then say, so I followed this army down from, I believe, where this map is uncovered. It is incomplete. Did they say this was where Vlad is probably located?
Yes. I believe that's what they said our next target was, yes.
I believe they said something about the northeastern part of where we're heading. Somewhere far east.
Very good. So that's the direction I came from, and when I was exploring, I didn't go that far anyway. So either the mists are lower, or I can join you all en route there anyway.
The group's fairly easygoing. I mean, I just followed them through the snow, and now they've let me hang around.
That's actually true.
Why are you here then?
Because it was foretold. The matriarch read the bones and said I would find a child of Eberron, a gunslinger and an assassin, and that I should follow them.
Seems a very straightforward way to go. Were you saying something, Smasher?
I'm the child of Eberron.
Ah.
Well,
Yeah, you other two, on the other hand.
Door slams open and all the smoke comes out and.
Well, no, it's been open. He opened it already. So it's
Yeah.
No.
as you walk.
What?
It cuts
Yeah.
back.
Oh,
So
okay.
when it slams
got
open,
you.
it just.
Got you. I understand. Got you.
It smells better than the stuff that comes out when you do that.
that's because it's flavored.
I was gonna say what flavor.
Blueberry lemonade.
Oh, awful.
I'm gonna lean over to Mixie, and as I take a puff, I'm gonna say, "But mine's better," and then I'm gonna pass it to her to try.
Don't do it, Nix.
Do it
Don't
any
do
cool.
it.
Do it and you're cool.
Don't do it.
And you're
Don't
cool.
do it.
Do it and you're cool.
Do it and you're
Don't do it.
I'll pass.
Oh.
I'm gonna go to the kitchens real quick. Do you need anything?
Honey, I say, and I take the cigarette, and then I lean back.
Anything else?
Oh.
Sugar, sugar.
You know what I like? I say, and I grab my hat from my boot, and I put it like
Anything you can shove in your face. Walks down the hall to find food.
So did you walk back into the room, Deshane? Are you
Not-
with us?
that. No,
No,
I'm
he's-
still out in
he's
the hall.
Okay.
You guys do see Mixie Nix pass the door.
Has it been a short rest yet?
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
At about the time Mixie Nix is going to get the food and then come back, yes, it will have been a short rest. All of you can actually take a short rest.
As
boy,
Mixie's
so
walking by, as
Nothing's
Mixie's
gonna
walking by,
happen.
Mixie, where are you going?
Food.
Oh, organic
Be right
stuff.
back.
You don't need help?
Nope.
Okay. Well, we'll be right here.
That looked a little burnt. I think I need to refill it with oil.
Lovely DM, high or low?
Low.
Nope, that's cocked. Hold on.
Oh, boys, I feel refreshed. Like a new man after that short rest.
Okay, so while Mixie's getting the honey, she's gonna ask for essentially Irish cream.
This Alky can't stay away.
Making our coffee a little Irish, are we?
Oh my goodness. Well, okay
Oh
then.
my.
You remember the gourmet?
I do.
Joe Rourke, the
We're
gourmet.
friends.
He goes, ooh, oh, I know what you're explaining. I know what you're explaining.
I figured
And,
you would.
He leads you to the back, where when he walks through the doors, you can see that they've built an extension to this little kitchen area that looks kind of like it's a brewing area. It's pretty huge, actually. It's been built into the mountain, and you can see that there's orcs, goblins, there's even now at this point halflings, dwarves, and humans working in this little area, making different kinds of brews and whatnot. And he takes you to a section that smells sweeter than the rest of the area, where you can see this maniacal-looking goblin currently making mixtures and tinctures and whatnot. Just going, yes. And he walks up and he goes, you know that cream stuff you made the other day, the really sweet, absolutely alcoholic stuff you made the other day.
Arguably the worst coffee creamer flavor. Hashtag hot take.
The
Hazelnut's the
gourmet
best.
looks down at Mixie Nix
I'm
and
not
looks
the
back over at
Vanilla
the
bean But hazelnut is good.
Then looks back over at the goblin and goes, she just described it to me and wants some. The goblin stops what he's doing, literally drops what he's got in his hands, which shatter on the table, but he doesn't notice. And then
Can
he
I try to catch them?
Sure, go for it. Roll dexterity.
That's a nat 20. I got a pretty little squid.
Nice. So you, as he's dropping it, you just dart your hand out. That training you've had with Monk.
No alcohol.
As-
It's also some
Yeah.
alcohol.
It's related to your natural instincts and everything, and you just catch what he dropped. And what he dropped is probably pure alcohol. It's probably 100% rubbing alcohol, basically. And he was just mixing it with different things. He looks at you catching it, then looks
you
up
could
at
clean
you,
with that.
and his eyes just get big. It like the pupils of his eyes were originally just like cat eye slits. They just go boom, and it's like his pupil fills the whole eye, and he's just like, "Oh, I'll give you all I've got and make more." And he jumps off the table, and he pulls out a barrel that's about your size, and you just see him drag it, and you can see his muscles bulging as he does this. He's like, and he puts it in front of you. Goes, "Here you go." The gourmet is just kind of looking at in kind of shock and awe at everything going on right now.
I'm looking at my bag of holding, seeing if I could get the opening wide enough to just put it in the bag of holding.
You want me to put in a bunch of skins for you?
Yes.
Okay. He kicks the barrel over. It rolls and just kind of flumps into this kind of crevasse that you hadn't noticed there before. And then you see him kick a lever, which spins what looks like a leather belt that causes that thing to lift. And it gets to the exact right height where he grabs a skin from the side and just starts filling them. And he just starts whistling to himself while he's doing it. No actual tune to his whistle. If there was a song that was supposed to be within this whistle, it is discordant and non-existent. So it's just literally the sound of whistling.
Mixie keeps trying to whistle into a tune and try to get him on a tune because she can't handle that it's not.
Roll performance roll for me.
I'm good.
At disadvantage. Because he's very discordant.
The lowest roll was a 10, so 16.
You kind of get it's not a song. It's more like a kind of a rhythm, really.
It's better than what it was.
It's better than what he was doing. But he doesn't seem to notice at all. And you guys, Mixie Nix is gone for about 30 minutes doing this. So if there's anything you want to do while she's gone for about 30 minutes.
I'll also ask the gourmet for bacon and if he has any clever ideas of keeping it so I can...
He thinks for a moment and goes, let's see. And then as he's walking off, he's grabbing different things from shelves. And then he heads back into the kitchen prime, but leaves you with the goblin. He's going to get you your package set. And, yeah.
You guys go first with what you want to do. And I might end up messaging the DM for what I want to do.
Did Shane ever come back in here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just sitting there impatiently.
Just vaping.
Have to eventually
Hotboxing
look
the
at it,
room.
and it's, the arcane sense to it has kind of flickered a little low. Alright, gotta recharge it. There we go. Just recharge it again.
I smell the air, and it's like, may I try?
Sure.
DM, do you think if I put this inside my cavity while I was raging that it would recharge the battery?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's good to know.
It 100% would.
Most important thing to do while you're raging.
Yeah. Alfonso, one thing you do notice, specifically when you smell the air, and then also when you end up trying this, you can taste literally every ingredient, and you can smell pretty much everything that's within that oil.
I am so sorry, friend.
You're right. It's like, I'm not sure this is a good thing.
Lots of coconut oil and red dye number 3.
Oh, no dyes. That's disgusting.
I was kidding.
But die number 3 is also just beetle blood.
Beetle blood.
Anyway,
Fun fact.
so he's like, interesting. Thank you. He hands it back. He takes a swig of the coffee. He's like, oh, right, this is not what I... Was there any wine around? Did they have any wines in Orkin?
I think I still have some wine bottles hanging around in my bag of holding. So I'll grab one of my wine bottles, because I know we got some last time when we were here, when we were inside, or last time we were in the tower, we got some wine bottles from the rack. It was one of the things that Callus did. So I'll pull out a bottle and kind of look at it, knowing that I have at least a few more of them. I'm gonna take one and like put it to like the back of the bag. And push it back, and then take one of the ones I have remaining and just kind of like pop the top and hand it to him.
I actually do need a perception roll from both you, Smasher, and you, Mixie Nix.
These are definitely Mixie dice. Is it perception?
Good.
Yeah.
She got another set of loaded dice, folks.
No, I think it's her hat. She's just loaded with good luck from the dice gods.
I don't know what it is. I got the same dice that she does, just a different color, man, and she has Kraken dice that are just better than mine. I don't know.
Remember, though, I tried to roll these as my other character, and I couldn't roll above a 12.
That's true. That's true.
I kid you guys not, I could not roll above a 12.
It was a funny
Folks,
session.
Get the official D&D black and red metal
22.
dice, and you won't roll
22.
below a 13, like, most of the time.
Wait,
90%.
D&D loads their dice?
Yeah, totally.
What did
These
you get,
ones,
Smasher?
apparently.
I got a 10.
10. Okay, you don't notice anything, Smasher. Mixie Nix, the one thing you do notice when you did open your bag was there seemed to be a wisp of mist. Just a slight wisp.
While the skins are happening, I just put my head in. Are you okay in here, Mr. Bagman?
With your head actually in the bag and looking around, you look around and you notice there's a couple, like, kind of at the edges of sight of the bag, a very familiar sight of the fog that surrounds Barovia, the fog you walked through to get here. But there's no symbols slowly flittering through or glowing or anything. It's just the fog inside your bag.
So we have to get
And there
to
was no
Shane's-
response?
And there was no response.
So we have to get to Shane's doll head, all get into Mixie's bag, and open up a mist portal.
And that's where we're going to go to break.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Join us in 10 minutes, folks.
Yeah,
It's
we
gonna
will
be
be
a good
right
one.
back.
It's gonna be
Refills all around.
fun.
Get
So,
it.
Breaksy, I really have to be. We'll see you in 10.
Same.
Bye. Right. Now that we're back after that break,
I can hear the squeak from here. I can hear. I know Faye's muted, but I can hear her squeaking from here.
Squeak, 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 squeak,
Squeak, squeak, squeak, squeak, squeak. Yep.
Okay. So, Mixie, you've been poking your head in there. Deshay,
Mm-hmm.
you find your way to your destination,
No.
and
I'm just gonna be in there until they find me, and then I will paint the picture. Okay.
okay, perfect. All right. You guys are vaping. Alfonso, in front of the map with them vaping. Anything else you guys need to do before moving on at this point, then?
I would like to find Lauren and see if I can get a hug.
Okay. The goblin's going to finish up with your skins, and he's going to give them to you. And as he's giving them to you, he's going to explain to you.
So, this brew, I mean, it's kind of a brew, it's sort of a brew, but I got it from a dwarf. Here's another one.
That's about right.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it so much. And I actually have some friends who like to call it something like milk of the mud or something, but I
recommend putting it in coffee and adding something caramel.
You see drool just drop down his jaw. And as he's still holding the last one, but you have rendered him literally speechless with this idea. And he gives you the last one, and he goes,
okay, thanks, and bye, and I'll have more next time you're here.
Roll an investigation for me. See if you can find Lauren. As I fade out of
You
focus
just got
for a minute.
yeah. Your camera's just like you moved.
Camera and then
You moved
take
one
away. There you go.
centimeter.
Just disappeared there for a moment, guys.
Investigation?
Yeah.
It's not great. That's a 13.
13? Asking around, listening in.
Well, I know he went to go talk to his mom.
Yeah, and that's definitely one direction you can go first. As you're heading there, though, you do hear that there were a couple of orcs talking about specifically how Lauren recently faded out of existence for a period of time before returning, and it happened right before Orkin appeared in Barovia. And then when you get to the matron's throne room, she is actually currently in there with most of her children at this point. You see some of the ones that had been away are back. And Lauren is standing off near the door. When you open the door, a beam of light shines on him, and you can suddenly see him there.
My God wants me to get a hug, okay?
Nobody actually makes any response to you. The matriarch does glance up, but you notice she seems very comfortable around you specifically, Mixinix. So she doesn't actually make any response to you appearing randomly. It's like you're welcome.
Family.
All right, Lauren's right there.
Am I interrupting?
No, you are fine.
Okay.
You hear the matriarch say.
Well, we're going to be heading out. We're going back to the tower and then heading east because it's closer to where we're going. And I just wanted to let you guys know and get hugs.
The matriarch, without even missing a beat, she actually steps around the table and practically makes it so she's the first one that gets a hug from you.
Yes!
She gives you a nice, strong hug. She's massive, by the way. So there's no way you're wrapping your arms around her.
No. I imagine she's picking me up and I'm just like hugging her neck. Like that's all I can do. That's the only way.
Pretty much that. And then all the other, the more enthusiastic ones.
Past the gnome. My feet don't touch the ground for a good couple minutes.
Yeah. Lauren does actually come to accept a hug Which, you see some of his other family members kind of give him a look for it, but he seems to enjoy your company specifically, so he gives you a hug.
Mixie starts glowing. With the first hug, with the first one I met! Whispers in his ear, "You're my favorite."
You're my favorite too.
Mixie squeaks, full on just squeals. And for the sake of the listeners, I'm not going to.
She can get very loud.
I've heard it. It's funny.
All right. You make your way back to the others?
I do.
Perfect.
We're just waiting, passing back and forth. I'm pretty sure.
Said
you'd be right back.
Yeah, it's right next door as well. So you just literally walk out in the next door and open.
You hear the
hallway.
squeal. You guys all hear the squeal.
Your passive perceptions are high enough to. Actually, hold on a sec.
Did it sound like a happy squeal or a terrified squeal?
It's a very, very happy, and Mixie comes back like skipping.
Deshane does not hear the squeal. But he's the only one who doesn't. Alright, when you open the door to the hallway, specifically to the room that they're in, the hallway actually is now at this point full of just vapors.
Reaches into bag.
Yeah, and you walk back into the room and you find there is in fact Smasher,
1, 2, 3.
Valsor, Alfonso, but no Deshane.
I toast her with the wine bottle I have. Lady Minxie.
My friend, do you still have the coffee bottle?
I reach behind and pull it out. Yes, I do.
Take one of the skins, pour some stuff in it, shake it. Try it now.
Smells it. Raises an eyebrow, but it looks like, oh. And then, Yes, I could see this being very good in the mornings. I shall keep that. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Is that what made you so happy a minute ago? We heard you.
Oh, no. I got a hug. Got a hug from him. My mission was successful.
Are hugs so hard to come by? Are you a hugger?
I'm a big hugger.
Oh, may I?
Yeah.
So he's just sitting on a bench, and since she's short, he'll just kind of reach around and clasp her.
He smells faintly similar to Dimitri.
You smell good.
Oh, why, thank you.
Also familiar.
Familiar?
Yeah, It's not that I've smelt your smell before, but I think I've smelt something that smells similar to you. Did Deshane come in here or tell you where you guys were going? Where he was going?
Shane went that way.
What were you saying? I'm sorry, I cut you off. I didn't mean to.
No, I was just curious. So it's familiar, but not me. Interesting, but a good smell, you say?
Yes.
Ah, very good.
Comforting. Told you, you're a good person. You three stay here. Do not leave the room. I'm gonna go find Deshane. Okay?
Very well.
Okay, Mixie, we'll be right here.
She's now looking at Balasar, waiting for his confirmation.
I'll, maybe you can help me with my leg as well. Sit
sit down.
down and pull off my leg. It's like, it gets a little stiff
Literally.
around the edge.
I can't do that. I mean, I can fix it, but I just can't remove my... Doesn't matter. Let me see that.
Kneels down with the leg and starts, like, pulls out his tool and just starts tinkering with it.
Watching intensely. Make sure not to scratch the runes, that's what makes it work.
I'm not gonna scratch it.
Alfonso, do you have hooves or feet?
Who? Oh, me?
Yeah,
hooves.
you. Hooves. Okay.
Clickety clackety, clickety clack.
Yep. I had to
Oh, wait,
confirm.
actually, do I? No, I think...
Cloven hooves.
Now I'm second guessing. I think I gave myself feet. Let me
Feet with
check.
claws?
Do you have horseshoes on your feet?
He didn't want to have to hoof it everywhere.
Yeah, no, sorry. He's got feet.
If they're cloven, he
Jeez.
can't have
Oh, wait, nope,
horseshoes
nope,
because
nope.
it's-
Never mind.
No, I was
was
wondering if he had horseshoes on his feet, feet, like human feet.
Oh, I
Like,
see.
that's what I was
Yeah,
asking.
nailed in.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was asking.
All right, perfect.
Alright.
I'ma go on a Shane hunt.
Hunting a gunslinger, that sounds safe.
Roll for me an investigation. This one's much easier to do than looking for Lauren. And you passed looking for Lauren one, so.
Well, I've got a +2. 7.
Wait a second. When I said he went that way, does that give her the help action?
No.
You literally went to the
Can
only
I
entrance.
follow the scent of his smoke?
Yeah, yeah.
Can that be advantage?
Well, though. Well, it
smells-
speeds up the amount of time because it is a distinct smell. Also, there's a bunch of goblins around, and they are really good at smelling things. So they'll help you. And they do tell you that he went towards the mead hall.
Thank you! Skips along.
You're welcome.
Tosses him a gold coin. Because why not?
they, oh my word, they love you.
Did Mixie remember to get the honey from the gourmet?
I already have a
Oh.
ridiculous amount of money.
And he did make another extra package for her, so there was more supplies with more honey involved.
Okay, because I know Deshane asked. I was just
Not that you
wondering.
guys know about my giant stash of honey, but I do have a giant
Yeah.
stash.
Oh, shit.
Real quick, I'm gonna message you, Vaughn. Continue with what you want to do as I type out this message.
Yeah, it does take you a hot second to get to it because
I probably get distracted talking with the gobos.
yeah, probably that.
Hugging goblins.
They're all
She
Tell
gets
me
a
if
hug
that makes
line
any
going.
sense. Tell me if that makes any sense. I'm sure she can. Double check my work, though. Double check my work.
Meanwhile,
By the
this
way,
sound
folks,
was
I
brought to you by
Meanwhile,
Siren.
sounds science.
Syrinscape. If you don't have Syrinscape on, you should. Right now, those crickets in the background accompanying the silence that was deafening a second ago, Syrinscape.
Very,
Listen to
very
Syrinscape.
wonderful. Yes. Suited the means of things quite perfectly. Syrinscape, everybody. You can play it at the table and you can play it online. It suits both ways and it's quite wonderful in so many manners. And
I
critical
don't.
still.
You don't think
I
she
don't-
can?
I don't think
For
she
those
has that
curious,
spell this time
Cleric
around.
monk.
Okay, then
I
have her
haven't
do.
picked my spells, so
Oh, okay.
I'm bad about that.
Then do whatever you think is best for such a.
You haven't
For
picked your
such a
spells
thing.
yet for the day?
Well, no, I haven't picked my spell since I leveled up.
Oh,
have
since
her
you
do
leveled up.
whatever.
Yeah, I just-
whatever you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm bad
give us
about that.
one more moment, guys. Let me
Folks,
see if this is when you can.
join us on Discord, the Owlbear Inn, and follow us on all social media. The Owlbear Inn on literally everything. I think we are currently working on an Instagram. I don't know if it's up and running yet. I forget about that, but it was in the works.
Getting
Eventually, a
there.
TikTok, perhaps.
It is in the works. It is in the works.
Also getting
Yeah,
there.
TikTok's in the works too. That's something we're trying to do. Also, you know, I'm gonna try to burn my head off with hot stuff at some point for you guys.
Yeah.
More on that.
Like,
you know,
follow, and subscribe.
that's always fun.
And if you have Amazon Prime,
gonna
don't
have-
forget, you get a free sub every single month. So why not spend that at your lovely favorite Owlbear Inn every single time? Come on in and give us some love, because it's free for everyone. You're
That's
already
right. Also follow
Free money.
I may have-
follow,
free.
Murray
Yeah.
and I have a joint OnlyFans. Also
do.
support
We do.
it, please.
Oh no.
It's very
we
tasteful.
Have a joint, we have a shared OnlyFans page, so if you
Very
could support
tasteful.
that. That'd be
I'm
great.
a top tier subscriber myself, so join.
That's
in,
right.
folks.
Mhm.
OG subscribe.
Did I stump the DM, or are we good?
It's a me thing. I can.
What?
I do.
Perfect.
It would be, and it would be something I'd have for
Carlos, thanks for the
dealing with
follow.
werewolves.
All right, perfect.
What?
Okay,
Perfect.
then
Now,
One of the
continue.
few people that are called out because it's mid game.
Right?
All right. Mixinix. Keeping in mind that you can take either one of those spells.
Mm-hmm.
As you're approaching the mead hall, you get an odd feeling in your gut.
Mm-hmm. What kind of odd feeling?
It's not one you've particularly felt before. It rings familiar in that it's sinister, it's dark, and it is most definitely evil. And it's coming from the mead hall.
I start glowing.
He starts
Like,
glowing.
just ready to like cast a spell.
So anyway,
Okay.
I started glowing.
Started glowing.
You also, let me just check your passive perception here. Yeah, that's high enough. You also notice there's no animals around the meat hall right now. There's no sound of birds, no crickets, nothing. It's quiet. There isn't even any orcs or goblins currently around the meat hall.
I'm going in.
All right. When you walk inside,
You see Deshane in the center of the room. I have my left revolver out, and I am aiming it at nothing. And you can hear me mumbling.
Shane?
I do not respond. I get to be a DM for like 5 minutes. Yay!
I go up and tap your thigh?
There's no response, but you were close enough to hear me as I mumble. Hopefully, this picks up on my mic. I do not aim with my hand. He who aims with his my eye. I do not shoot with my hand. He who shoots with his hand has forgotten the face of his father. I shoot with my mind, and on, on repeat, the entire Gunslinger's Code. And you can
are
see.
you saying it in
that my-
Celestial?
No, I'm saying it
Okay.
in common. You can see that my pupils are like pinpoints. I am zeroed in.
Not visually injured at all?
No.
There's nothing to heal. You have to remove something.
Make an Arcana check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. That's high enough. This feels kind of similar to a charm spell. And closer actually to a curse, really.
That's the only thing besides like cure poisons that I could really cure. So I'll try that first. And pray that it works because it's my last third spell slot.
Remove curse.
Do you do it?
I do.
Okay.
I just kind of
I
like
don't know how remove curse works.
Yeah, it's a touch spell, so I like reach up for one of your hands pointing a gun and just kind of like magically grab that.
Okay. As that happens, I swiftly turn, and the revolver is pointed directly at you as a voice that is not mine says, "Nice try." And then you see my pupils get really big as I pull the gun away from directly in front of your head. And then I holster it real quick.
Sit down.
Okay, I sit down.
Yes, Mom.
What was that? Who was that? No, let's be honest. Who was that?
Walter.
You said that was a bird before. I need a little bit more information. You pointed your gun at me. Both of them.
It was just one.
Okay, good.
No.
You said I heard plural, so I was like...
No, my bad. I'm gonna take my hat off and set it down next to the bench, and I'm gonna pat the seat next to me. Okay, I'm gonna say, I know him first as Martin. He likes to go by Walter. Go by a lot of different names. Same person, though. How far back do you want me to go?
Far enough back to explain why he was able to make you point your gun at me?
Because he's a wizard.
What I know about arcane magics is that you usually have to be within at least a certain amount of range to do stuff like that.
Where you're from, yeah.
How did he
Keep
get
asking
here
me
then?
questions.
Then how did if he's from where you're from, how is he here?
Because he's wherever I am.
Does he have his own physical form? Still?
Yeah, he likes to bounce around a lot. It's like pulling teeth, getting information from Deshane.
Yeah, she's just trying to bounce things because well,
the
that's
best way.
How does that? You might not know this, but how does that work? Because I feel a distinct disconnect from my own goddess. She's still kind of here, but she doesn't have nearly enough presence. How does he get past the first one? The grumpy butt.
First one, you mean Crimson King? It's because they're on the same level. And they're both much older than gods anyway.
Okay. Okay. Do you want him around?
I've never wanted him around.
Why does he stick to you?
Because one of us is going to kill the other one sooner or later.
Is this where your line leads us? To him?
No. That was the original plan when I left Gilead, was to find him. But he's not important.
Kind of important if he can randomly make you decide to point your gun at me. Because if that had happened like 10 minutes earlier when Smasher was telling you to shoot him.
Mixie, I'm going to say something I've never said out loud to anyone. Everyone who walks the path with me dies. All of them. Most of them by his hand. Some by mine. If we are to continue, you need to know that. That's why it's safer that Callus is where he is. Because he's safe away from me.
Okay, so if the original plan was to get to him, but it's changed, what is the plan now?
Like I said, get to the tower, climb to the top. And if you want the truth, that's something that I will do alone.
Yeah, I don't have... You saw, going up towers takes me a little bit longer than most people.
I'll explain more to the group.
You don't have to.
No, I need to.
Maybe
They
when we're
might
more
help us
emotionally
understand.
stable.
Yeah.
Speaking of, how are you handling it? Grumpy butt.
Like I said, Mexi, everyone I know, everyone I loved, is dead. My world has moved on. So I have to move on too. And I'm gonna grab my hat and put it on. And settle it in to position.
Is there a way we can help prevent him from doing that again in the future?
If he wants to, he will. He does what he wants when he wants. Besides, he has plans that go against the Crimson King. I assume he's always that kind of man. He has his own business, as do I.
So then why now?
Because he likes to fuck with me.
How is now fucking with you?
Because of Callus.
That one I shouldn't have to ask questions for. You need to delve into that a little bit more, sir. Considering you just... A plus B is not equaling the C you gave me.
He made a promise to me that no matter what happens, he will find Callus. Doesn't matter if I'm around or not.
Find him and make sure he has the same fate as everybody else?
Yeah.
He can try.
I'm gonna get up and hold out my hand to Mexinix to help her up out of her seat. And I'm gonna say, let's get the rest of them. Keep moving.
I got you honey and bacon. And some other stuff. But
I
honey and
appreciate
bacon?
it. The bees died when I was a boy, so it's been quite a while since I've had honey.
Pulls out the big pulls out the jar that came with the kit and just hands it to you. It's yours. This is your honey.
I take my honey. And we go find the group.
When they get back to us, I'm sitting there putting the leg back on and going, and that is how I made a bridge out of dolphins.
A bridge out of dolphins? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, because you cut out. I heard bridge out of dolls, and I'm like, it's either dolphin or dolphins.
That's a crazy story, but like, I just have one question. What's a dolphin?
It's an animal that swims in the... Oh. You found
So
him.
like a shark.
Yes. But pointier nose and less violent. Though they
They're
do tend
spiky.
to...
Kinda.
Yeah,
Higher
something
pitched.
like that. Oh,
So like a swimming Nixie?
not as cute. Are we as ready to
That's
go?
fair.
How full of life are your oceans?
Well, it depends on which plane you're talking about.
There was lots of life in the ocean near where I was.
How many planes have you been on? Or from? Or to?
At some points you lose count. I know I've been to Corsinia, Nathriel, Eberron, now Barovia. There are a few others within.
Do any of them
Are
have
we
the
ready
same
to go?
people? Oh, ready to go? Yes.
Sorry, but if we get on the road, we can still have this conversation.
Agreed.
Well, if everybody has everything, have we said our goodbyes?
I let everybody know we were leaving, yes. I don't know if there's anyone you wanted to say goodbye to personally, but the matron and her kids all knew. Was Guardian there by any chance? Did I say goodbye to him?
Guardian was not there. In fact, you haven't seen Guardian since yesterday.
Well, we're just one doorknob away from the tower, if we'd like to go.
Forward march! Open the door, Smasher!
We open the key in and open the door.
And you find yourself once again in that small clearing right in front of the tower. When all of you walk through, everyone who hasn't walked through yet, I think that's just Mixinix and Deshane, make Arcana rolls.
Ooh, something I'm not good at.
I'm not good
And
at
then
this either.
And then everyone make perception rolls.
13?
Dirty 20.
Let's see if my dice rolls better this time.
17 for perception.
Nat 20 for perception.
20.
That's two different dice.
So it was two natural 20s. And a 1.
A natural.
A natural 1. Alright, so for the Arcana, Mixinix, Deshane, you both, when you walk through, you feel kind of a pressure and almost resistance to the air around you. Deshane, it feels unnatural. Very unnatural. However, it is a feeling you are familiar with. In fact, it's a feeling very similar to the feeling you feel every time you find yourself in that field of roses when you dream. Mixinix,
Look at your face.
That pressure, you notice, is very much arcane energy. And it differs from your type of magical energy because you're divine energy. And as you move through it, everyone notices little sparks of light purple energy sparking off of Mixinix as she walks through it.
Huh.
This isn't my normal glow.
With that perception roll, the snow around the tower is pure white. When you look about 30 feet away from the tower, the snow from around the where the trees start and everything is just a little off white compared to the absolutely pure, perfect white the snow around the tower is. Smasher, it's like you put a dark filter on, you don't notice anything. Mixinix and Valisor, the trees closest to the tower also seem almost like they're moving, but they're not actually moving. They have life, like active life about them. And it's kind of eerie.
I'm not a druid, darn it! Muna would love this.
You guys are now in front of the tower. There is a smooth surface where the door once was.
I'll close the door behind us and whatnot. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out our winter gear. I'm gonna hand Mixie hers, and I'm gonna throw over my little shawl thing over top of my poncho.
Nice. When you close the door, Smasher, Alfonso, you're seeing this for the first time ever. The door closes, and it's like a line comes around the door and then shuts and disappears, and the door is gone. There's just smooth surface.
I'm gonna touch the wall while I'm glowing purple for some reason.
I reach out
Conrad,
and try where the door was.
Alfonso, you feel like something brush up against your shoulder, and when you look over, it's like winter garb. It's like wolf skin pelts that you could throw over top.
Yeah.
I pull out some of our seeing Deshane pull out some of our skins. I know I had some skins in my bag as well. Kind of pull out a couple of them. Look at Valisor.
I don't get cold. I don't know. Do you get cold?
What's left of me does at times, however, the armor really helps. I guess
You
no.
keep on cutting
Thank
out.
you,
I didn't
though.
hear anything towards the end.
You have been cutting out like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's Discord and the voice he's doing, just so everyone knows.
It's a very, very choppy voice.
Down here.
Because the stream can hear him fine.
They can. Ooh, let me just pop over to this bit. The armor keeps me fairly warm. Thank you, though.
Put that. Go ahead. Put all that back and stuff it in my. Yeah.
So for the two of you touching the tower, when you come in contact, for you, Alfonso, you.
Oh, I was trying to reach through the door we came through that disappeared. I was like, oh.
There is no door there
have to
now.
be.
It's just blank, solid wall now. And you actually come and find yourself touching the solid wall. And for a brief moment, you catch a glimpse of the land around you as if you were standing over that table again, but in real time. Like, you see all of Barovia for a brief moment, and you can see in the far western end of Barovia, the fog seems to have thickened and is starting to kind of turn into a wall from what it looks like. And that thickening is starting to spread to all around Barovia. And you can see a completely destroyed city, very small city, close to where that wall is. There doesn't seem to be any movement in that city, but you watch and you look down, and as you look down, it moves the map. And you can see the city of Orkin, where you just were. You see little tiny orcs and smaller even figures, even some people walking about down in there. And you're like, ooh, oh, that's interesting. But it suddenly pulls you from there and pulls you to the west, and you see running through a field a massive pack of werewolves. And you know they're werewolves. And as you're looking, you can see that they are led by the biggest individual you have ever seen as a werewolf. Completely white. Running to the east. And then the map kind of pans eastward. And you see, marching out of a thin portion of the fog, what looks like an army of not quite humanoids. They've got slightly tinged coloration to their skin. And they all seem to be marching in an orderly line. Darkened breastplates, swords, adorning what looks like a red dragon as a mascot.
Oh no. Oh no.
And then you find yourself back standing with your hand against the tower. And quickly over to Mixinix. When you touch the tower, a surge of energy flows through you. And then you find yourself just kind of calm. And then normal again. And you're standing there. All happening like that.
Just wanna check in on my little mimic buddies. Brought your brother. I have Pip touch the door.
Since you're standing there, Alfonso, still currently wrapping your head around what you just saw, you see her move her sword closer to the wall, and it's almost like the sword reaches out and touches the wall, and the wall just goes.
Careful. If you enter the ones that I know, they don't let you out until you complete them. Mother, I see it now.
Yep, you see.
Yeah,
I see it now. I see it.
We've been here before.
Yeah. We can use the key to leave whenever we want. Besides, there's lots of fun things in there.
So, Alfonso's like standing there. His hand is still just on the wall, and he's like almost panting, like very ragged breath, and shakes his head a lot. Did any of you see that? Are you aware of this tower transmitting to you?
I'd like to, upon that, go up and touch it.
Alright. Valisor, unlike Mixinix, very much exactly like what just happened to Alfonso, you get a view of Barovia. However, your view immediately shows up in the eastern corner, where there is an army of humanoids with slightly tinged, yellowish, greenish tinged color skin, all adorning a red dragon as their mascot, marching out into Barovia through a thinned fog. It is the army looks like it's massing pretty big. The image then
Fucking
suddenly
huge.
pans west again, just to the edge of a forest, and you can see so many werewolves just moving as a pack through this forest, sizing up this growing army and watching everything as it happens.
Huge plots of land. Thank you, Carlos. So the green, the ones with the dragons, would I be able to tell if those are warforged?
Make.
They're not.
Well, like, how can I tell?
They're not warforged. That
Okay.
you can tell. They are fleshy.
They're fleshy.
Yes.
Advanced
Fleshy.
warforged.
If I walked up
could-
to them and like reached my hand out above them and touched it, would I be seeing the same thing?
No, actually.
What kind of check do I need to do to see what they
Let
are?
them do their thing first, then.
Let's see.
We're gonna get there. It's okay, Mixie.
While
It's
you
okay.
guys are doing this,
Breathe.
I am putting wolf skins around like my calf area in order to like make them snow tight. You know, my like boots. Even though they're boots, they're cowboy boots. They'll make them snow tight.
Perception, which you have advantage on.
And can I try to did I detect
I
any
always
sense
have
of the
advantage.
motivation of the werewolf packs? Or is it just visuals?
Visuals. Because of insight you have, you actually do note that it seems very defensive, the formations of the pack. They are responding directly to were responding directly to that massive white werewolf, so clearly that's the alpha leading the pack. But it was also pretty obvious that whatever they were doing, they seemed pretty keen in defending themselves.
All right.
It's going to be a 19.
A 19.
First one was a natural 1, so I'm very
He's
glad
not
I
in the
have
chat
advantage.
right now, but I hope he comes back to watch this. This is your fault, Hebish.
It is.
This is your fault. It's all your fault, Hebish.
We'll curse him later.
It is. Yeah. They're you would actually know what they are because of your studies and because of what you do as an individual. They are what you have been known are Githyanki.
Screw you, Hebish.
Thank you. You understand now.
This army, from what you have read up on them specifically, this army seems to serve specifically a red dragon from what you've known. And at this point, it would be an ancient red dragon. You're not sure what they're doing here or why the Githyanki would be at all interested in anything Ravenloft, much less Ravenloft as it is now. But there they are, marching into Ravenloft, specifically Barovia.
How far away, based on the map and everything, were they?
It is a good distance away. It will take maybe a week's travel to get there. However, from what you've remember being told and hearing, it is the direction of which you are going.
Whatever it is we're doing here, we need to move quickly. There are many problems going on in this place. An army of Githyanki and an army of werewolves march. Which direction?
The werewolves march east to meet the Githyanki that seem to be marching into Barovia heading west.
Well, now that I think about it, they're actually marching against each other. Well, towards each other. Unless they're allied. That is going to be one heck of a battle.
All works and the
What
world
is
moves on.
Githyanki?
I say as I stand up.
Gross, disgusting creatures that deserve to die.
Kind of weird colored skin.
Yes.
Red
With
dragon
armor.
armor?
Yes. Adjoining a red dragon.
I've had a dream about them.
what they
on.
describe is actually from your dream. Of course, in your dream, if you remember, it was your own fighting them.
I run into the tower. Wallace!
There's a crackle of
I get it.
arcane energy that all of you see, and then and standing in front of you isn't Wallace, but a young lady. And she kind of stands there for a second and goes, "You cold?"
You look much better now.
She looks around and goes, and you are...
We were here not even like a week ago.
Week ago? Well, a week ago I was having dinner, like I was about to have now. She looks up at the painting, and you actually see the painting of, I can't remember his name now.
It
And
starts with a W.
Yeah, it starts with a W, and he's just sitting there going,
What's going on, my painting friend? You remember me, right?
yeah. He does that little thing that you guys had been doing the last time, and you hear him say in your head, "It's only been a week for you, but this tower has gone through multiple lives."
Why does she answer to Wallace?
That's when I'm at the door and I'm like, Mixie, it doesn't matter. We have to move.
Wizards have teleportation magics.
And she goes, "We do. Are you talking to my great somewhere up there grandfather in the painting right there?"
Yeah, we've had lots of conversations.
Where I come
Interesting.
from,
Okay.
they also have time. They play with time. Are you playing with time?
Yes.
Doesn't matter.
Mixie Nix, Lady Mixie Nix, you should not be speaking with this wizard. They are of the corrupt and evil category.
Is there anything that is
We
not
have
of
already
the
pointed out
category?
multiple times. Lady Wallace. We'll be back to visit again. Hopefully you're still here, because you are much better to look at than the male Wallace that we ran into. But can you teleport
is
us
she?
east?
Yes.
Okay.
She's pretty.
Okay.
East?
We need to go very
Um,
east.
She looks over at the painting, then she looks over at Valasor, then she looks at you three, and then she looks at Alfonso, and she's like, I'm sorry, you've been here. Hold on one second. She looks over at one of the doors, and she goes, "Do you recognize these guys?" And you see the door. Alfonso, you also see this. The door literally nods.
Yes.
And she goes, "Okay. If the tower knows you, then yes, I can help you. I can definitely help you. In fact, you see her wave her finger in the air momentarily, and a bunch of arcane sigils suddenly appear out. The door, which is still open, by the way,
I haven't walked in
suddenly,
yet.
yeah, you're outside. You actually,
Everybody, I'm the only one who walked in.
I followed her.
Oh, did you? Okay.
yeah, Alphonse inside.
I'm not walking
No, I'm
in.
not inside. I'm at the door.
I'm,
Wait.
I'm with Deshane on this one. We gotta go.
Yeah, the three of you standing outside feel almost like you're being pulled into the tower at this point. It's not super strong, so it doesn't physically move you, but you feel something tugging.
I'm gonna start walking in and kind of put my hand on the tower as I walk in, like a hand on the doorway because I'm so big, like moving it around.
There is a spark of energy, and you feel calm, collected, and then yourself again.
Keep on going.
As the sigils start to form around her, and she flips them about, she then points her finger down at the floor, and you see a circle start to form, just glowing runes and sigils and text.
Awesome. I have no third level spells.
I'm gonna go ahead and bolster Mixie's magic.
Wait, actually, I've got a better idea. I've got something I can do since that door's open currently, but I need the two of you to come in.
I'm gonna look at Valisor.
Time for this.
If we can cut a week's worth of travel, we do.
I'm just gonna look at Valisor and I'm gonna say, the more you try and plan, the more likely it is that you'll fail. And I just walk into the door.
I believe that's the first wise thing he's ever said to me. And I follow after.
All right. The door closes behind you. And then she kind of breathes a sigh of relief and goes, that's getting bad out there. I think I'm going to need to clean it. All right.
Yeah. Am I still glowing purple?
No. When you walked into the tower, that stopped happening.
Cool.
Yeah. And she
Why
goes,
did I glow
anyway.
purple? Why was I glowing purple?
Let me do this quickly before sending you on your way. And you see her lift her fists in the air and then spread her hands out, and like runes just burst out. And you all, except for you, Alfonso, and actually except for you as well, Valisor, the other three recognize these to be the old one's text. And she spins them around, and they flitter between...
The old one or the first one?
The first one, sorry. The first one's text.
I did show I did show them the runes underneath my arm, so they would maybe recognize a little bit.
Without more context, that might just look like dwarvish to them.
Okay.
Because they are basically the same runes that the dwarves use.
Gotcha.
They distinctly look different here, though. So if the two of you would like to make Arcana checks, you might get more information.
Sure.
She then clasps her hands, and all of you suddenly feel
13.
23.
Really nice. You all suddenly feel almost like you just woke up.
From a long rest?
She just gave you all a long rest. Yes. That also shows that she has way more power.
I didn't even need it.
Than Wallace did.
Yeah, just being able to give that away is kind of intense.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have time for her, but she's gonna just free long rest us. That's fair.
And that sigil and that teleportation circle is still glowing.
To be fair,
most teleportation circles are 6 seconds long.
Oh, it's a teleportation circle. Oh, wow.
Uh-huh.
When she's done, I'm gonna look at Mixie Nix, look at the circle, look at Mixie, see what it says.
You cut out on me.
Oh, I'm gonna look at Mixie Nix, look at the circle on the floor, look at you, and just see what your face says. Okay, I'm gonna walk in first.
What did she...
Try and slow time down in this tower so we can actually have a conversation. It was living for us.
You hear through the portal. Doesn't matter.
Actually, as she's saying, I turned that feature off, you hear a poof, and Deshane's gone. You might want to follow after him.
Don't let the gunslinger go by himself. He's rather defenseless.
We were supposed to get...
follow after.
Oh, jeez, whatever.
Into the circle. Go.
I just grab Valisor and jump into the circle real fast.
I've already gone.
Oh, you already gone?
The gunslinger went in without any assistance and without armor. I'm concerned. I'm going after him.
I have armor permanently, I have like what's it called? Kevlar. All of the threads on my person are Kevlar.
Alfonso also follows?
Oh, yes.
Oh, perfect. You all find yourselves in a forest. I need you all to make perception rolls. Alfonso, you have advantage on this.
Okay. Good thing. That was not good.
26!
That was
nice.
My first.
Natural 20.
18.
Natural
20.
Nice. 18?
19.
19?
18.
18.
Oh.
All right, you all notice this. You are surrounded by the quietest werewolves you have ever seen. The moment you appeared, not a single muscle moved. They are all transformed, and they are all looking directly at you. But they haven't moved.
I'm
When
grabbing.
you guys teleport, you literally like teleport to me with my hands up, like looking.
I use Giant's Might and grow in size.
I grab my sending stone.
All right.
And I'm gonna use it.
Is there a white one here?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Do you react, Alfonso?
Alfonso definitely goes into like a hands up. We're not attacking stance.
Okay.
My fists
Then I
are
turn
constant.
and look at Mixie. Then I make like a pointed glance at Valisor. Kind of glance between Mixie and Valisor, and kind of like I'm like, and then I start shifting, and all of a sudden there's a large, slightly purple-shaped werewolf there with two horns on top of his head with his ears.
Okay, I still say, like, as soon as I hear the womp 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 come in, hold.
And then I'm going to try to talk more specifically with the wolves.
We are surrounded by impurities.
I
Not
turn
rage, but,
I turn and just growl at him.
What does Smasher do?
I'm not in range, but I definitely have my axe out. I'm not surrendering. I don't know what these guys are doing, but I don't.
All right.
Well, who says I'm surrendering? I'm just holding.
Valisor,
You're not your hands up. That's the surrender side.
when you grew in size, the werewolves did shift backwards. Not like, oh no, but more like defensively. And then when Alfonso changed, they went from almost a defensive to kind of a slightly calmer, more relaxed look, knowing that you're not with whatever they came here for. And one of them slowly approaches.
I cast Longstrider on myself.
With sending, what are you sending, Mixie Nix?
Werewolves are not the biggest problem. We've got something worse, and it wasn't what I thought it was either.
And that's to the matriarch, right? That's who has the other stone. Perfect. Because she's the one who gave it to you, I think. Perfect. You get a response back to her, from her, stating, then if you get a conversation with Vlad and you can make it so that he can control the gnolls properly, make sure he knows that we'll be ready to move to the defense of Barovia as well.
As the werewolf comes towards me, I kind of dip my head, not like super submissive, but respectfully.
Yeah, he gives a similar. However, he's smaller than you are, which is kind of odd to you. And you notice that when he dips his head, he tilts his head slightly and shows a little more neck to you. A sign of further respect and submissiveness to you. And then you see a shifting, and he turns into actually a dwarf. And he stands upright and he goes, "You want to talk to the white one?"
Yes.
My hands slowly come down. And
I shift back also, and I say, "Yes, indeed."
He then looks pointedly over at Valisor.
Who is still very ready for combat. Fist clenched, shields out. Little vibrations going inside the mechanisms in the fists. Looking around from each one individually.
You know we came here to talk.
And I turn around.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
I will
you're-
finish what I say later.
I quickly walk back to Mixie and say, "Is the white wolf Vlad?" Or is this another one?
Is the white wolf the big one? The really, really big one?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good.
Besides, Velosaur, I say, as I come up and stand beside you, don't you know when you're outgunned?
Yeah, make an
I'll look over
intelligence
at
check,
you.
Velosaur. This is an intelligence check, not a save.
Dirty 20. My response to
Nice.
Deshane is, I'm never outgunned.
However,
for the first time since you met me, I actually cackle. I go,
However, when you do glance around and do a quick count, you do find yourself realizing you're very much outnumbered here, and trying to cause an attack would, while it would probably lead to the death of many werewolves, it would lead to you being discomforted for a while. Though not dead.
But there are
Of
4 other
course.
people to think about.
There are 4 others to think about. They would be dead.
What Lady Mixie Nix said was right. We are here to talk. Then
then talk we shall.
I drop Giant's
Right.
Might.
As you shrink in size, you see the dwarf relax slightly, and fur starts to come back, and he goes, "Follow." And he turns back into a wolf and starts leading you further into the forest.
Into the
Thrasher,
woods.
up.
Into the thick of it.
I'll go ahead and put my axe away on my back and pick up Nixie Nix so that she's not neck deep in snow, and carry her on my shoulder through.
It's very
And while we're moving through, I want to whisper to Nixie. Nixie, why is everybody maybe turned into things?
I don't know. It's not a trick I can do.
Everybody turns into things and transforms. You and Shane do that?
I don't know about the Shane, but I can't.
No.
I'm forever short.
Just don't worry, Nixie. You're always big in my eyes.
And we go.
Hugs
Did you
the
say my
head.
name to Smasher as we walk?
Oh,
Do you have any
Mom.
shape shifting?
Do you turn into things too? No. You don't turn into things. Seems like everybody changes. Like even I kind of. It's fine. I just, it seems like everybody does that. All of them do it. I point.
I point around to everyone that's like around. I'm like,
It seems pretty like a common thing, at least. Seems like literally everyone we meet turns into something.
the wolves
Shapeshifters are
move
annoying.
very much. The wolves move very much like a pack around you. By the way, they don't get too close, but they definitely seem like they're watching, attentive.
wait.
And are we moving or are we waiting for the white one?
No, you're moving. He's taking you deeper into the forest.
Did
he
he
actually,
turn back into a wolf or?
yeah, he did. When he leads you in, he takes you to what seems like a clearing, and in this clearing, there's a bunch of werewolves, kind of moving around a fire. And standing in front of the fire is a very massive man with long white hair that goes down to his buttocks. He is completely nude, not wearing anything at all. And he has the biggest
Is he proportional?
sword.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
yeah.
Oh my!
Is it like a baby's arm holding an apple?
But for his size, so a baby of his size holding it
A
out.
baby of his size.
It's a wonder. Anyway, he's
Like Faye's arm holding an apple.
he is holding a
Your
massive
arm
sword,
holding an apple.
currently standing in
With
front of the
which-
fire, and you can see
Holding it with which appendage?
his arms.
Okay, we're done. We're done. We're sorry, Vaughn. We're done. We're done with the dick jokes.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Penis. Okay, now we're done.
The wolves that are milling around him all seem to be growling, but their growls are all in a kind of unified song almost. It's more like a beat, really. And as they're milling around him, you can feel kind of this natural energy billowing, just forming around him. And the fire that he's standing in front of, while it looks like fire, it glows more a kind of like it's yellow, but almost at the point of turning green.
I step forward, do a very massive flourish, super low bow, and say, Lord Vlad, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Alfonso Realne Negretti from Moldavia. Allow me to present my friends, specifically the lady Mixinix. And she remembers her titles better than I do. And then I transform into a wolf and like do a very low bow as a wolf also.
The wolves that were growling all stop and split and form kind of a row so that you are now facing directly to Vlad, who looks to you. And when he looks at you, there's a chill that runs down your spine. It's almost like
Shit.
a very, very powerful being is currently looking into your soul.
It's almost like you rolled in that one.
And he says in a very low growl, I have never heard of Negretti, but it is good to meet you. And he turns and he looks at the rest of you. And he goes, You come from the orcs.
You should definitely smell the silver on me. So I'm still fucking packing.
He definitely does. He doesn't say anything more than that. Just, you come from the orcs.
We just came from there.
I don't reply to it, but I do stick very close to Mixie the whole time.
Smash it down. I walk up.
I'm walking with her.
I kind of like over top of her. Yeah, I walk kind of like follow her over top of her because I don't feel comfortable with her being around all these things by herself.
And I'm on her other side.
We're flanking her.
All of you are around her.
We're fucking entourage.
I'm in the
Smasher
back.
on the left.
In the
I'm
back.
on the right. Alfonso's kind of dashing between the two of us, just like. I
imagine it's
I
more
went
like
in on the
Smasher's
side.
right behind
Yes,
you.
Yeah,
Smasher-
Where's
I'm
my
right
and
behind.
yours
And
to
Just
the
this
left.
whole
Alfonso on the...
Is he about as big as I am?
He's bigger than you.
Is he's bigger than me?
Ooh, that's a
Oh,
big
yeah.
boy.
He's bigger than you.
That's a big boy.
And he's not even in his
Oh,
wolf
those.
form right now.
Oh dear.
I'm
That cock
large.
is huge.
Uh-huh.
That's a
That's
great shit
huge.
idea.
Yeah.
It's bigger. It's bigger than Mixie Nix is.
He looks down at you, and then you see him wave his hand, and some arcane sigils glow, and it's almost it's weird to look at, but it's almost like furs you wear, suddenly just grow on him, and he is clothed.
Thank you.
He then looks
I'm short.
down and has to kneel. And when he's kneeling, he's at about your shoulder, Smasher. That's how big he is.
Nero's eyes.
Hi, I'm Mixie Nix Dazzle Whizzle Shimmer Pop, first of her name. Assassin. Priestess turned assassin for the goddess Lyra. Still kind of a priestess. Not really good at the assassin bit. Hi.
You hear a low rumble and he goes, Lyra. And then he wraps his hand around your arm. Very, very gently.
I try to be a little firm to like be an impressive handshake as I'm grabbing.
It's just
You're grabbing the inside of it.
My hand is like this.
yeah.
You're grabbing the inside of one of his fingers.
I'm grabbing a vein.
Yeah. Give a nice strong tug, and it's a pretty strong tug, but
Firm.
He's being very gentle, and you can tell he's doing it on purpose.
I appreciate
Almost
Is it
like
hard
he's
for him to-
checking himself. Yes. Actually, no. Roll an insight. You might get a little bit more than that.
May I roll an insight also?
Of course. Go for it.
I wanna in on this.
4,
18.
18,
16.
16. Yeah.
Right.
No, he is holding back a whole lot. A whole lot. And not just in physical strength, but it's pretty clear he's got magical power that he's currently holding back. And something else that he is currently holding back.
I'm gonna communicate all of that to Mixie Nix by casting message. You just hear very quietly, because my face is covered so he can't see my lips moving, so he has no idea I'm casting it, hopefully. And I will look, he's holding back a lot. If this
What's
goes
the,
poorly, we need to run. We cannot
What's
fight
the
him.
It's
hand
just-
gesture you make?
It's just a point, so
You
like
just
he can-
message just pointing, yeah.
And you can do that. Roll for me a sleight of hand quickly.
I've got advantage on that.
This is why Velosaur has advantage on that, by the way. So he can do things like this.
Yeah, but I keep rolling. Boo boo! 11.
11. Well, he doesn't notice because he's fully focused on Mixie Mix. Yeah. Do you respond to Velosaur Mixie Mix? Nope. Okay. Perfect. You've been warned, essentially. After letting go, he leans back and he sizes all of you up. And when he sizes all of you up, you do feel a shiver run down your spine. And he goes, "So what would the matriarch like?"
He's hopefully, there's a lot I have to talk to you about. The fight you're approaching is not the only attack to come, and it's going to be from someone else. So hopefully, alliance is the end of my conversation.
You see him tilt his head, and several wolves just break off and run off. And then he looks back at you, and he goes, "I have felt rumblings. Someone knocked on the mist. And when I say knocked, it was more like they took a battering ram and with great strength slammed it into the mist. I assumed it was this army, but as they have been progressively coming in, I have realized they do not have this kind of strength."
No, we have the Gith something or other with the red dragon stuff.
Gith Yankee.
We didn't know about those. That wasn't what I was gonna come here and warn you about. But we saw them. I've had dreams about this fight does end up with a dragon. But I was gonna warn you that
Quickly, Mixinix, before you get into this one, Valisor, make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Wisdom saving throws.
That's one thing I do love about Barovia is random wisdom saving throws that aren't explained.
Natural 1 for a total of 2.
Folks,
All
let's
right.
get it.
What are Valisor's surface thoughts?
Oh,
Oh, that's a loaded
Rough.
question. Right, surface thoughts being sizing up the wolf route of escape. It's
Route of
primarily route of escape. What I would do, who I would grab, leave the gunslinger behind, grab the gnome. The warforged can take care of himself. Screw this new werewolf person. He lied, so he doesn't deserve any sort of assistance in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, it's mainly route of escape and planning and counting out how much time is left on my, what's it called, the spell I cast, Longstrider, and what else I would need and the time I need to do other stuff.
Perfect. All right, Mixinix, you may continue.
have you heard of Cephas?
There is a growl.
Yeah. He's gearing for war as well.
There is a deeper growl, and you get the sense that Vlad recognizes that name all too well and is very unhappy to hear it.
That's why I was originally here for Alliance. But this thingy-mabob is scary too. And we just want Alliance, and if I already have confirmation from the matriarch that should Alliance and trust be made, she is ready to come help defend Barovia.
Well, that is ideal. And I have not been able to properly get this gnoll infestation under control. They keep sprouting out of the deep forests.
Okay, I as a player need to do an Arcana check.
Go
How
for
do
it.
sending stones work?
Sending stones.
Mixie has a better understanding than I do.
Essentially, specifically the one that the matriarch gave you is when you hold it and will yourself to speak to the other stone, it will transmute to the other stone, and the person who has the other stone on their person will hear what you are saying, and they can then take theirs and do the same thing from their end, like a walkie-talkie.
So, Mr. Vladser, can I have your hand, please?
He offers his hand.
I grab his hand. I don't hand him the stone. I hold his hand. So the stone is in both our hands. This connects us to the matriarch. It's a sending stone. We need to get open communication going as soon as possible, I believe.
He wraps his hand around yours and then lets go, and he says, I've got a slightly better way of doing that. And he casts a spell. And just like with the wizard in that tower, and how she cast spells that tapped into the first one, he does the exact same thing. And suddenly, you feel yourself psychically connected to someone else.
Mama Orc?
Mixie Mix.
Hi, I'm here with Vlad. You might hear him too. I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
Matriarch. Vlad.
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Don't worry, I'm paying. The matriarch, you feel kind of an odd kind of feeling come through, and you realize this connection connects more than just your ability to talk. It kind of also conveys certain other aspects of what you are communicating without actually saying. And the feeling you get from the matriarch is that of one turning to listen.
I am definitely sending off like an anxious, jittery. I really want to help this person. I want this to work so bad. I'm not even scared about what's to come. I just want this to work so bad.
Which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is the only reason why Vlad is entertaining it.
Because I'm shaking with it.
Vlad then says through the stone, or not the stone, but the spell he cast. If what I am to hear is true, then perhaps agreements can be made. Do note, however, that I am not the one sending these gnolls. Whoever has been sending them is also breeding them somehow.
I go to my bag. Do you use these at all? Pulls out a chunk of the armor.
There's snarls and growls, and the look that Vlad has is one of almost murderous rage for just a moment before he gets it under control.
I take that as a no, which makes me like you. Like, I already liked you, because you are super awesome, dude. Like, you're cool. But, like, that reaction? I'm saying that out loud and not through the link.
Yeah. And Vlad says out loud and not through the link as well, Lovatar has no place in any of my realms that I've ever roamed.
Can I hug you? You just said the best thing in the whole wide world.
There is a suspicious look. No.
Okay. I'll get you to get it. You'll say yes eventually. New goal.
Very hard to say no to that no, by the way. He then looks at, or rather, goes back to the link, and states through it. If agreements are made, this Githyanki problem is one I can deal with. Cephas is a much, much bigger issue, and one I will need assistance dealing with. And you feel from the matriarch confirmation. And she says, good. Then I will inform... I'm in a Russian accent for her now. Sorry, guys. Then I will inform my children to make sure that our armies don't attack werewolf packs. And that we find out the true meaning of these gnolls and what's going on there. You deal with Githyanki. What are Githyanki doing here? And there's massive confusion suddenly come through the
Is that a confusion of what the word Githyanki even means, or is she at least aware of what that is?
Oh, she seems very much aware of what and this, by the way, you all are connected to this link, just so you guys know.
Oh, okay.
You do actually hear and feel this. You aren't necessarily transmitting your thoughts, words, or feelings. You have to actively do so. But when you are talking through it, you will be. But you are connected to it. He did link all of you. But yeah, it's more a case of confusion as to why Githyanki would come to Barovia over that of what they are. Vlad responds with, the DM's talking to himself, excuse us. Vlad.
The whole reason I did this. You're gonna make me do it here soon, and I know it. So like,
I mean, it's true.
I struck first.
Yeah.
Let the hate
Vlad.
flow through you.
It will control. Anyway, Vlad responds to her with a, I will get to the bottom of that one. There's possibility it has more to do with Cephas than we know. But I'm not worried about dragons or Githyanki. I've slain many. Of both.
Ancient Reds?
By the way, when he says of both, you feel the warning. He knows about Guardian. You feel his warning.
Crowd, Peggy? Oh, can't hear her. Sorry.
Can't hear her, but we
She
saw
was being
her.
mouthy. She was being mouthy, and then as soon as she got up to the mic.
So adorable. The link then cuts out. And Vlad looks down at you, Mixie, and goes, we have an accord. We'll see how this goes for some time.
Do you need this?
Interesting. No.
Cool. I don't have cool communications magic like that, so this is like a little easier for me.
This is the perfect time for Valisor to be raising his hand.
Valisor, I thought we talked about this. You don't have to raise your hand.
I turn and like gutturally. No, he really should raise his hand right now.
I mean, we're not really a group that does that, though. We don't really raise our hands when we're talking to each other.
Vlad's looking at Smasher for a moment, and then he looks over at Valisor and he goes, you have input.
Actually, I have a question. From what I understood, I thought they were not being serious, but Cephas is a fairy tale I would tell my children at night. Is he actually real?
Yeah, he's my father.
At this point, Vlad starts to stand up. He does once again look at you, Smasher, and he goes, new creation I've never seen. Interesting. Well, now I know. But you don't serve your father, do you?
I've only met my father once.
Good. I'll spare you. And then he'll look at you, Valisor, and he goes, Cephas is all too real. He has been a pest for more than 2,000 years. And he will continue to be one until someone tears his soul to shreds. And then you see him suddenly start to grow in size as fur starts to grow on him.
To cast message towards him.
Go ahead.
I would
As
be
he's turning into a
delighted
werewolf.
to be the one to tear his soul from his body.
The response you get back is in Celestial, of all languages. And it is...
I don't speak Celestial!
I thought you did.
Nope.
No, the Shane
I
does.
speak Draconic
Well, then
Giant
you-
Infernal
Shane
and
speaks
Orc.
Celestial.
And
Then you don't understand a word he
And-
says.
Then you don't understand this portion of this message. He says something in Celestial, and then follows it up with, return, and you'll be a part of my pack.
I
And
don't
then,
care to be part of a pack of filth. But I will
at
help
that-
you end him.
At the point in which you finish that part of the sentence, he is now once again fully a werewolf. And standing in front of you guys, he is huge. He's possibly a couple stories huge, really.
He's so fluffy!
Yeah, very fluffy. Completely white, and his eyes are very red. Almost glowing with how red they are.
I cast a not subtle at all message to Vlad. How do you feel about the first one?
There's laughter in response. And that's all. That's all he gives you. He just laughs at the concept of the first one.
That's a response.
Yep. Goes to show what he actually knows, because he doesn't realize Cephas is amassing against the first. Wait. Anyway. Alfonso.
Dot. Etch and sketch. Retcon never happened.
One thing you're starting to feel while you're in your wolf form here is there's curiosity amongst these wolves. There also seems to be kind of a pack structure within this massive pack, like almost as if there are packs within this packs, and each pack has their own leading alpha. And some of those packs, you notice, are a little more interested in the newcomers in their midst than other of these packs. So as you guys had been talking to Vlad, some wolves had left and some had come back. Or not back, but had joined. And at the point in which you guys finished this conversation with Vlad, him turning into a wolf fully, there is a distinct pack of werewolves that are kind of phasing out of existence almost. It's like they're standing in between the material and the ethereal realm. And they are keeping mostly towards the back as they are watching everyone. They are also the quietest and stillest of all the werewolves.
Does anybody else take notice of these werewolves?
This would have been while you all were conversing and whatnot, and he's currently a werewolf, so he can both see and smell it and hear it.
How about me? With my lovely, lovely helmet.
Oh, you do have that ridiculous helmet. Not this specifically, but you are noticing the interchanging werewolves.
Huh. All right. As the other conversation dies down, I shift back to tiefling form. And then I, I bow and say, Lord Vlad, with your permission, I am very impressed with the organization you have here. Do you know, is being a werewolf a curse here?
No.
Fascinating. Apologies, I mean no insult. Where I am from, it is, and definitely viewed as bad, and in fact causes great trouble and trauma. I myself was, there has been much grief in my own life because of it, both externally and internally. So, first of all, I am intrigued by that and impressed by the organization you have here. If lycanthropy is not a curse, may I ask, do all wolves have that ability? And I kind of gesture to where there's the... Actually, are they still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I gestured to them. I'm like, I am most curious about that type.
Yeah, he doesn't even turn to look at them. He just sort of nods briefly and then goes, no, they're unique. But here in Barovia, well, Ravenloft in general, it would seem that curses are not always curses, and blessings are not always blessings. And in the case of lycanthropy, it is not a curse. It is a gift, the use of which changes a man from that of a man to a beast. If the man lets the beast take control, it is once again a curse.
Fascinating. What are the unique then?
He gestures back towards them and he goes, where they come from, there are problems that led to other problems. Mixing that with lycanthropy led to unique sides of the gift. They are not the only pack like that. Well, not specifically like that, but with differences.
Thank you for your explanation.
Perfect. So, what will you lot be doing?
I turn to face Shane.
We're headed northeast.
Want to see if we still need to head east since we went really east?
I'm gonna look straight up. See what I see.
Let's see what you see.
Perception and investigation.
You're looking for it, so roll an investigation for this one.
Okay.
Though I'm looking at your
17.
passive perception as well. 17? Oh, okay, there you go. You got high as your passive perception anyway. You do see a faint beam, actually, and it is heading north, mostly. Still slightly east, but north mostly. It is not in the direction that you know the Githyanki to be coming in.
I'm gonna put my hand straight up into the air and level it down just like that. And then point in that direction. And then I'm gonna look at Mixie next.
Can I try taking a look for this line again? I've seen it twice now.
Mm-hmm.
Can I
Go
look
for it.
for this line?
Yeah,
I want to know what he's
absolutely.
trying to look for.
With him pointing and everything, go for it.
Investigation?
I'm using my disadvantage die. What is this? Is this investigation or is this
Yeah, investigation.
investigation? 11.
18.
11.
18. 11.
I didn't roll.
It's-
I'm looking at Vlad the whole time.
Yeah, it's
This time.
it's hard to tell. Smashy, you definitely don't see anything, but Mixie Nix, you think maybe you might see it.
See the
But-
absence of the yeah.
Yeah. But
I
it's
kind of know
hard
what
to
I'm
see.
looking for.
After Mixie looks up and like looks back at me, I say,
I kind of go like right there. Is that it? Shane? Is that it?
I'm gonna nod and say, Beam of Wolf, Path of the Elephant.
Does that mean we get to buy an elephant? They're only 200 gold in the.
Can it please be pink?
I think at that point it's a heffalump.
Well, then we need woozles too.
No, actually, the Path of the Bear is pink.
Some people's children.
I can't bear with half of Deshane's mannerisms.
So they're all looking that way.
No, I'm still looking at Vlad.
You're looking at what?
I'm looking at Vlad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just the three of us, the original three.
I walk over to the three of them, and then I say, "So are you all heading that way then?"
We are. What's your plan?
He looks back at the wolf pack, and I think I will stay here for now. This is honestly the first time, well, since I came to Barovia, honestly, is the first time I felt myself in over 300 moons. So, and I kind of cast my voice a little louder, so Valisor could definitely hear me. Vlad is right that if the beast overcomes you, you are much more of a beast than a man. So I wish
all beasts.
not by choice. And then
Ignore him, I say, and I'm gonna extend my hand for a handshake.
I reach out my hand and clasp it, clasp the wrist, and then give a little nod.
I say, let God take you where it may. Long days and pleasant nights.
Thank you. You as well. And then I nod at Smasher. And then I kneel down in front of Mix. Oh, I was going to ask first. And then just give her another hug. Thank you, Lady Mixie Mix.
Thank you.
For what?
Being a friend.
You see, like, tears, like, instantly spring up in his eyes. And you as well.
Vlad and Valisor, by the way, are having a mental communication moment here.
Oh, okay. They're not just staring at each other.
Oh, we're staring at each other very intently. I mean, we're basically giving each other eyes.
You can cut the sexual tension with a knife.
Or his...
I pull out a rose.
Just remember, it's the size of Nixie.
The rose is the size of Mixie.
No.
No, not. I was talking to Murray, but sure.
And I pull
This
a
sounds
single
mixy.
petal off of it. And I give it to you.
I take it.
And I put the rose away.
Grazie.
Not sure how much you know about Lyra, but the rose is typically used by the Scarlet Murmurs as like a calling card. As you can tell, I'm not good at the assassiny thing.
No, you're not.
Like you said, I'm more of a priestess, so like my calling card's much more pleasant, I like to think, but so you always have a little bit of joy.
Thank you. He bows and walks back, stands next to Valisor, and then waits till there's any sort of motion between the two.
The tension is, by the way, it's palpable, but not like oh, they're about to kill each other tension. It's more like there's some pretty important information currently being shared tension.
Okay, good.
I'm walking away already. I've already started. You hear the crunch, crunch, crunch of my footfalls to the north.
By the way, as you walk, the werewolves all seem to part and let you with a bubble, almost like kind of like predators would for something small that they could eat, but they have no reason to, so they're not going to.
Little do they know, I'm not gonna pay them any mind.
You cut out.
Oh, I said I'm not gonna pay them any mind.
I'm gonna watch. Mixie, do you start moving?
I am suddenly very interested in my sword.
Okay.
I do keep trying, DM.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of look down at Mixie not really moving, look at Deshane moving, and look back at Balasor just kind of standing there having this kind of moment. And why do I feel like Smasher's the most normal of you fuckers? Like, I don't know. I don't get what's going on. Of all of us, why is Smash? How is the robot the fucking normal one in this group? I feel so awkward around all of you, with the fucking edgelord going off this way, my drunk little gnome fucking just playing with her fucking sword.
I'm not drunk. I have not even tried the Irish cream yet.
Yeah.
My drunkard gnome, excuse me. Let me change my verbiage slightly. Do it, and then other edgelord just trying to have a horny battle with a werewolf. I'm surrounded by idiots, is how I feel right now. Not Mixie, less Mixie. But I don't know what to do with myself at this point, and I feel in that overwhelmed state. I just kind of stand there. Like normally we travel as a group. Normally, that's the routine. Deshane says we're gonna go somewhere. Mixie says okay. I pick up Callus. We move as a unit. But right now, nobody wants to do anything together, and I hate it.
After a moment, I stop and say vocally, "May whatever gods try to grab you die." Then look at Alfonso. Werewolves were created in my home plane. They are not a curse. They are a people. And they truly are filth. I hope you do not become a pelt, like what I made of many others.
Well, even if that is what they were in your world, which I cannot speak for, I hope that you understand that not everyone who carries the beast wishes to do so. Then I punch him on the shoulder and say, "Thank you for the atomizer." And then I just turn away from him and face Vlad and say, "Lord Vlad, would it be permissible for me to stay with your packs for a time? I wish to learn of you and how to stay a monster."
You, as you were asking that, one of those phase wolves, the phase werewolves, approaches, and Vlad looks at you and then looks over at that individual and looks back at you and says, "There are many here that would seem to be curious of you as well. You are most welcome."
I bow and then go and talk with the phase wolf.
Yeah, who leads you away from the main group as you two talk, going over. Essentially, he's just telling you about the packs right off the bat. But this is, you can tell, an alpha, though there is a distinct lacking in his alpha stature. Like, he doesn't seem as alpha as what you would expect an alpha to be. All right.
Mixie does cry a little. Like, she's staring at her sword and she is just crying a little.
By the way, your sword, the pommel of it is now a wolf's head. And the guard part looks like wolves' paws. That's as far as Pip was able to get right now.
That's also happening. Mixie's still gonna keep trying.
Good. Yeah, I mean, you can keep trying. For now, though, you are unsuccessful.
Yep.
I look at Smasher and say, pick up Lady Shimmerpop. She's having an emotional moment with the sword and probably can't walk right now. We need to be moving.
Definitely was using it as a distraction.
I was wondering what was going on with that. Are you and Vlad finished?
Yes, for now. When we
By the
next
way,
meet,
at this-
we will find each other on the field.
Yeah, at the point in which Alfonso walks away, Vlad also walks away. Right.
As he's walking.
That. Go ahead.
Please don't hurt Dimitri. Or Lauren. Should things go south. Also, before you go and before I go, can I have a hug?
There's a pause.
He
You
would
can
hug
stay in
you
the
with
wolf
his
form.
fist. All he has to do
The
is
wolf.
grab.
The wolf looks back at you, Mixinix,
Thank you.
and you just hear, no promises on Dimitri. I don't know, Lorne. No promises there either. And no.
Can I hug you?
then- His tail comes down and just briefly flows. And by the way, his tail is
We
big
sure
enough
it's
that
the
you can
tail?
easily. It's the tail. You can hug it.
I do. I hug the tail. Thank you.
And
It's
then
small.
he
It's
goes,
bigger than I am. I know this.
I
Wait,
imagine it's the wolves from Princess Mononoke, really. That's kind of what I've had in my head.
The tail could wag and I'd just be like,
And yeah, as you guys start heading northeast, and Alfonso breaks to go join the packs, we're gonna call it there for tonight. It is that time, ladies and gentlemen.
Easy to
Lore
catch up to
episode.
Shane. Smasher and I have 40 feet of movement right now.
What's up?
You and I both have 40 feet of movement right now.
I have 45, baby.
Well, screw you.
5
I have
feet
45,
more.
baby, innately. And I can jump 10
little
feet.
lore episode. Hey, thanks, Michael Howards, for joining us and playing
Yes.
a lovely,
Thank you so much.
Very
It was
much.
lovely
fun.
little werewolf.
It was so fun.
Adding so much life to the lore of this realm of madness. We love it.
Rook,
A
We're gonna have to
werewolf?
come by
A
and pick you back
werewolf.
up.
Yeah, pick you back up. Where can the peoples find you?
Yes.
Michael Howe Arts on most social medias. Just like it's my name in the chat.
Oh,
Round of applause, folks.
wait, you're that Michael Howe Arts? Oh my god.
Anyway.
The Michael Howe Arts that does our art.
2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of that stuff you see in that merch store, he drew.
So this guy.
Including my face, folks. Buy a sticker.
By your Laundrigil's face.
by his face.
We need your laundry.
By his face. We need it.
We need it.
Seriously.
Anyway.
For real. Oh my god.
Anywho.
Anyway, we're gonna end there. We will see you guys tomorrow for playing with mutts. Raft fun. So you guys have a wonderful night.
Bye.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.